All right, Sarah, am I kicking this off?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Well,
we're gonna call to order and go through our normal motions. But then when you normally turn it over to NR presentations, we'll do training presentations.
okay, that sounds great. If you will help guide me on the protocol today, I'd be grateful, please.
Absolutely.
Begin first by saying good morning to everyone, and it's great to see you all. I'm sorry we can't be in person, but it's we do have more participants today, which is always good. And Sarah, if it's okay, I'd like to start with introductions. Is that appropriate? Okay, and I'll just do musical squares here to make this easy. So I'll call out names just to facilitate the virtual platform today. I'll begin with myself. I'm Sean Patch. I am an archaeologist with New South Associates, a consulting firm in Greensboro, and I'm currently serving as chair of this committee. And next, I'd like to introduce Sarah. You're next on my screen.
Sure. I'm Sarah Woodard. I'm the branch supervisor for the Architectural Survey and National Register programs.
Thank you. And Hannah Beckman-Black.
I'm Hannah Beckman-Black. I'm the preservation specialist for the State Historic Preservation Office based in our Asheville Regional Office.
Thank you. Beth King.
Good morning. I'm Beth King. I'm the Architectural Survey Coordinator in the State Historic Preservation Office.
Thank you. Jeff Smith.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jeff Smith. I'm the National Register Coordinator for the State Historic Preservation Office based here in Raleigh.
Thank you, Jeff. Lauren Poole.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lauren Poole. I am the Historic Preservation Specialist who oversees the National Register and Survey Program in Eastern North Carolina, and I'm based out of the Eastern Office in Greenville.
Thank you, Lauren. David Bergstone.
I'm David Bergstone. I'm a retired historic preservationist in Winston-Salem.
Thank you. Joe Opperman.
Yes, I'm Joe Opperman, historical architect. Have a architectural firm that works exclusively with historic architecture. We're based in Winston-Salem.
Thank you. Dr. Waters.
Good morning, everyone. Darren Waters, Deputy Secretary for the Office of Archives and History and State Historic Preservation Officer.
Thank you, sir. Josie Ward.
Morning, I'm Josie Ward. I'm a preservation consultant working out of Asheville, North Carolina.
Thank you, Josie. Christy Brantley.
Good morning, I'm Christy Brantley. I work out of the Raleigh office with the Historic Preservation Office. I work with local preservation commissions and the Certified Local Government Program.
Thank you, Christy. Dr. Johnson.
Good morning, all. Dr. Valerie Ann Johnson. I am in Oxford, North Carolina. I work with I'm a co-director for the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network, but I also serve as chair of the North Carolina African American Heritage Commission and member of our Historical Commission.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Ramona Bartos. Ramona, you're muted.
Oh, am I? No, I wasn't sure. Ramona Bartos, I'm the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer. Good to see everyone this morning.
Thank you, Ramona. Dr. Fitz.
Hi, my name is Mary Beth Fitz. I'm a research archaeologist with the Research Labs of Archaeology at UNC Chapel Hill.
Thank you. And Dr. Harper.
Yes, Jim Harper, Associate Dean for the School of Graduate Studies at North Carolina Central University.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clark.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Newell Clark. I'm the former mayor of the city of Lexington. I served for nearly 11 years there and currently a commissioner on the Historic Commission. And personally, I am real estate and development is my business, and we are working on a historical project in Lexington that I'm investing in, and it is a former textile mill. We're making it into some apartments down in the Depot District in Lexington.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And Audrey Thomas.
Hi, my name's Audrey. I am the survey specialist based in the Asheville office of the Historic Preservation Office.
Thank you, Audrey. Julie Smith.
Good morning. I'm Julie Smith, National Register and Survey Specialist for the State Historic Preservation Office based in Raleigh.
Thank you, Julie. And Fred Belladin.
Good morning. My name is Fred Belden. I'm an architect out of Raleigh. We're focused primarily on preservation and adaptive use projects.
Thank you, Fred. And Mr. Reynolds.
Hi, Noah Reynolds. I'm actually our third member from Winston-Salem. So hi to David and Joseph. I'm on the Forsyth County Historic Resources Commission and the North Carolina Historical Commission and work in real estate in the area.
Excellent. Thank you. It's good to see you today. Well, Sarah, we've gotten through introductions. Could you remind me what the next step is, please?
Usually you might approve minutes at this point, but Sharon and I got our wires crossed in trying to be more efficient with minutes. We became less efficient. We will have your October minutes at the June meeting. And so now you might move on to any reports from Dr. Waters or from Ramona, and then do a reminder about you're being recorded, and conflicts of interest.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the reminder. As all of you can tell, I will fully admit this is only my second time sharing, so I rely on Sarah for guidance, and Ramona's also given me some in the past, so I appreciate that, and for everyone's patience while I become more familiar with that. So with that, I'd like to begin with Dr. Waters. Would you like to make some remarks, please?
Okay. Yes, Sean. Thank you. And it's good to see everybody. Glad to have you all here. I want to thank the team for pivoting for
Dr.
us.
Dr. Waters, just real quick, it's Newell and Sean, should we and Sarah just asking, starting the meeting, should we go ahead and do the conflicts of interest? Just ask that before we get started. That's typically one of the first things we do, kind of point of order.
Sure, we can do that. Does anyone have any conflicts of interest today for any of the nominations or the study list presentations?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And that's for the Mendenhall house.
Okay, that's Joe Opperman?
Yes.
The files, okay. Are there any other conflicts for today?
Chair Patch, I would just recommend that for anybody who does have a conflict of interest, appears to be just Mr. Opperman today, that because we're in the virtual setting here, is that perhaps they should turn off their camera and mute themselves and not participate in the vote. That's the best we can do, I think, short of leaving the Zoom room, which normally would be what we would do if we were in person. Someone would leave the room, but I'd suggest that's the best we can do under these circumstances.
Okay. That sounds great. Thank you. And Mayor Clark, thank you for the reminder. That's very helpful.
Sean, I've done many meetings. If I can help, I'll be glad to.
Listen, it's a team effort. Okay, back to
you. You're doing great.
Okay.
You're doing great.
Well, I'll be very brief. Again, it's good to see everybody. Sorry that we're not in person. I appreciate the fact that the team was able to pivot so quickly to get us on in a Zoom meeting for this meeting today. The biggest thing that's going on here in the department, two things I'll talk about. One is the transition to a new administration. So we have a new secretary, Pamela Cashwell, who was formerly the secretary of the Department of Administration. She is now the new secretary of our department. She hates that she was not able to join us today, but she is out of town, but we'll look forward to being able to join you all at the next meeting. So we have been busy helping to get her oriented here. We have a new Chief Deputy Secretary, Maggie Thompson, who's coming to us by way of the Department of the Interior. And so she is getting settled into her new role here. There have been some other shifts in the department, but not a lot, not anything that I need to go into detail about. The other big matter that we're dealing with right now is we're budget planning. The state legislature is in session. So we're trying to get all of our items together. Up high on the list of priorities are the needs for both the Office of State Archaeology and for SHPO. We have capacity issues there. Sean Patch, our chair, we have discussed that quite a bit. And I'm happy to say that we are prioritizing that in our next budget ask, at least for the governor's budget. We'll see where that gets with the state legislature. Hopefully we'll be able to make some progress with that. So any advocacy that you all can do is always helpful in that regard. But I will stop there. Let Ramona talk in more detail about things that are going on in the Division of Historical Resources and in the Office of the State Historic Preservation Office. Thank you so much, Sean.
Thank you, Dr. Waters. And I want to be very brief too, because we have a very full agenda, including a training session, which I think y'all will enjoy very much. But first of all, I just want to, again, send my thanks and professional regards to our very hardworking Survey and National Register branch. I don't know that all of you can completely see all of the work. You see that the fruit of the labor, but all of the work that precedes these meetings, it's hours and hours of work with years of expertise behind that. And I just want to give them a shout out for putting this together and also turning this into a virtual meeting on pretty short notice as well. The other thing I just want to flag for all of you is that we do continue to work with all of our federal and state partners on Hurricane Helene recovery. There is a role, which I'm glad to outline, and if anybody wants to follow up with me, multiple roles for our office, both archaeology and preservation, to work with FEMA and ultimately HUD as well. There's community block development grants for disaster recovery that the state will be expecting in the future. And we are looking for ways to streamline what we need to do in terms of review so that we can get folks back to some greater sense of normalcy in the Asheville and Western North Carolina areas. And also just seeking ways that we can help people try to have some preservation in their rebuilding plans as well. And we have some consultation meetings that have been going on for quite some time, and we'll continue to do that on the technical assistance side with our Restoration Services branch, which is one of our other program areas in the Preservation Office. So I'm glad to follow up with anyone on any of these issues. But again, just want to credit our staff, who's also in the midst of preparing a consultants workshop for the folks who do all the preparation work for these nominations to get them to us. So just want to say thank you to all of them as well. So back over to you, Chair Patch.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Waters and Ramona. We appreciate those comments. And I'd like to just make one quick comment, and which is to say that I appreciate Dr. Waters' comment about the advocacy, and those of us who work outside of state government do have a voice. And I can say from firsthand experience that those voices are heard and are important. So if any of us feel inclined to weigh in, I encourage us to do that. So with that, Sarah, are we ready now to move into the agenda?
I think so. We're ready. Or we're ready to move into the training agenda. So,
training. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're driving on that. You're taking the lead.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. All right. Is everyone seeing my first slide here? No. Oh no. Sorry. Where we use Teams a lot, and oh, now it says my screen sharing is paused. There we go. Yeah, okay. Thank you. But like I said, we're very used to Teams and not used to necessarily to Zoom. So today's training has three main goals, I guess four. One of them is for Sarah to learn Zoom better. But one of them is to place your work in the context of the entire nomination process. And another is to define your work. And last but not least, of course, answer any questions you all might have. Let's see. All right, now I'm trying to advance. There we go. Okay. I'll begin with the beginning and share with you a bit about what happens before you ever see a nomination. Then Christy Brantley, who's our certified local government coordinator, who is not someone you hear from regularly. She will talk about the bylaws that define your work, and then other staff members will do a deeper dive into the National Register, highlighting the aspects that most frequently come up in your meetings. And then finally, you'll hear a little bit about what happens after listing. So what happens before you guys see anything? The study list is the first step to National Register listing in North Carolina, and this is the flow chart that shows you kind of how that moves through our office. And this is where your review happens, kind of more or less right in the middle. And then the National Register process is too big for us to chart. So it actually takes a 5-page list. And your review happens on page 4. So let's see. Sorry, I'm struggling a little bit with my script. So there's a lot of work that goes into it before you ever see it. But your review and your approval, or your disapproval, but your review of these documents is a real linchpin step. Your meeting attendance is very important, and your participation and attention to the applications and nominations is crucial and sincerely appreciated by applicants, property owners, and our staff. So what happens here and here before you meet? Well, the study list, like I said, was the first step, and you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer to hear about that. Hannah will talk about that. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to the National Register and just sort of give you the backstory. For nominations, we usually know when a nomination is coming our way. We've usually offered preliminary advice about what criteria to use or arguments to make. Usually, I won't say always, but usually, pretty much always, we have made a site visit at some point. Particularly for district nominations, we've been working with a sponsor and the preparer. We've been working with communities to helping get public engagement and public support. And it's usually a public meeting in there, like an official formal public meeting in the mix somewhere, usually before or during the architectural survey process, which is when the district is intensively documented in preparation for the nomination. Some communities might create mailers or press releases. Sometimes our office creates a press release. Associated nonprofits might invite the consultant or someone from our office to give, some kind of informal public discussion or lecture or something about the process. And then at the same time, the writer is preparing. They're preparing their research, they're photographing, they're mapping, they're writing about the subject resource. This might include deed and genealogy research. It might include archival and library searches. They may be collecting oral histories, doing newspaper research. The preparer might spend days or weeks or months just on research and learning more about the resource. After the preparer submits a draft nomination, whether this is for an individual resource or for a district, our staff provides edits and comments and works closely with the preparer to finalize the text. We work to make sure the arguments are as strong as possible and finalize maps and photograph selections. Staff is also in frequent contact with our reviewer at the National Park Service. That means we're trying to stay up to date on what comments the Park Service is offering both to our office and to other offices. Things that the Park Service is seeing, ways they might be subtly changing some of their interpretations. And we try to do our best to advise the preparer in making an argument that we believe will be the most successful. The time between a submission, the submission of a first draft to our office and the time you review it is ideally somewhere around 8 to 10 months, but that varies and it can vary quite a bit. Some of that depends on our speed. Some of that depends on the speed of the preparer in responding to our comments. Districts take more time to review because we do examine every single resource in that district, and we review the architectural survey projects that underpin a district nomination. Finally, the nomination gets assigned to an NRAC meeting. There's a flurry of activity right before these meetings with public notifications. We have to advertise your meeting, and we'll have our own sort of flurry of communications with the preparer and potentially other stakeholders or interested parties to make sure everyone is aware that the nomination is moving along. You of course read the nomination yourself, but then during these meetings, we provide you with a presentation that's basically a double check to make sure you're familiar with the resource and make sure you understand the arguments you're voting on. So that brings us to Christy and to your meeting. And so if I can do this, Christy will take the reins. All right, let me find you on my list. All right, Christy, you should be able to advance this.
All right, says I am controlling your screen. I think I'm getting ready to make you look really good, Sarah, because I have no idea what I need to do next. Hold on, let me try. No, yes, it worked. Yay! Awesome. We take those small successes as we can get them. So thank you guys for having me. These are just some of your bylaws, and you are seeing a black screen where it says North Carolina National Register Advisory Committee bylaws at the top. Is that what everyone's seeing?
Yes, we are.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. If you don't have a copy of these bylaws, and I think you do, please let myself or Sharon or Sarah or Jeff know, and we'll make sure you get a copy, because they are a little more detailed than what I'm going on. I'm just giving you the nuts and bolts. So, well.
Oh, sorry. Did I do that?
I told you I was going to go through it quickly, but I didn't really mean to zoom. It's like a cartoon almost.
I don't see it.
You're not seeing it. Miss Ward was seeing. Is anyone else not seeing it?
I got it now.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. So as you know, there are 12 members. 5 of you are considered commission members, and you are from the North Carolina Historical Commission. 7 of you are considered citizen members, and you are not from the North Carolina Historical Commission. You're appointed by Dr. Waters, our State Historic Preservation Officer. You have 2-year terms beginning July 1st, and you cannot serve more than 3 consecutive terms. If you're a citizen member, the State Historic Preservation Officer has the power to limit your term to a single term. If you're a commission member, the State Historic Preservation Officer, with the concurrence of the chairperson of the North Carolina Historical Commission, has the power to limit your term to a single term. And they do have in the bylaws potential termination of office, and it's just basically 2 things. So if you fail to attend 2 consecutive meetings, unless it's for a good cause, or if you have detrimental conduct, including conflict of interest. And we'll talk real quick about conflict of interest. If your employment is directly tied to receiving any benefit from the NR listing, if you have a family or partner that has a personal interest or receives a direct financial benefit from listing, if you are serving in any organization, volunteer or whatever, that has personal or financial interest or benefit from listing, and if you're negotiating with or employed by any person. So if your employer has a personal or financial benefit from the nominated property. or any matter being voted on. And I don't think I have a slide for this, but just worth mentioning, and it's not really a conflict of interest, but if you're a consultant or work for a firm that reviews National Register listing, kind of be mindful that you're in a position of reviewing other consultants' work often, and just be aware of how you may react if a competitor of you or your firm were to be reviewing or providing comments on your work. So, and are there any questions from anyone? Okay, I'm not sure what to do next, Sarah. Do I?
All right, let me see.
Thank you all. And I think.
All right, I'm gonna now try to pass the remote control to Hannah.
Okay, I think I have. Let me just see if I can advance. I'm pressing forward. Okay, there we go. It's just a little delayed. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you all more about the state study list. It's our preliminary step toward National Register listing, and it's a formal screening process used to determine whether a property or a district appears to have a good potential for successful listing in the National Register. While the study list is not a requirement under federal program regulations, most state preservation offices use some sort of early screening process to prevent nominations for properties that are clearly not eligible for the National Register. In North Carolina, this process is codified in the State Administrative Code, and the National Register Advisory Committee is directly involved. HPO staff present study list properties and districts to the committee, who then make a recommendation to the State Historic Preservation Officer about placement on the study list. After the meeting, the SHPO works with our staff to issue a letter notifying the property owner and sponsor of the outcome of the meeting. This process has been part of North Carolina's National Register program since the first nominations were reviewed and submitted to the Park Service in 1969. So there are two potential ways that properties are brought to HPO staff's attention, and the first is through architectural surveys. So if an architectural survey project is done in coordination with our office, the surveyor works in consultation with HPO staff to evaluate properties and prepare a study list presentation for potentially eligible ones. And Beth will talk more about this in her presentation coming up. Then the second way is through study list applications. So members of the public may apply for the study list. After initial consultation with survey and National Register staff, an interested party may request a study list application. And these can be filled out by project sponsors, property owners, or preservation consultants, and presentations are made to the NRAC by HPO staff. So this is the first page of a study list application. The major components of the application submittals include a description of the property, ideally with dates of construction and dates of changes noted, a discussion of the property's history and significance, maps and site plans of the property, current photographs, and supplemental documentation, including oftentimes historic photographs, newspaper clippings, floor plans, deeds, etc. So what is the goal or the point of the study list? The study list identifies properties and districts that are likely to be eligible for the National Register and provides sponsors with reasonable assurance that properties can be successfully nominated. On the other hand, it screens out properties that are clearly not good candidates for the study list. And this step saves time and effort of both the property sponsors or property owners and the HPO staff in preparing and reviewing unproductive nominations. The study list is a useful tool for local preservation planning. It acknowledges the potential significance of properties and districts long before they can be formally nominated to the National Register, and it may help stimulate preservation activity at the local level. And the study list has no official role in environmental review procedures, but it does have a practical role. Under federal review, all federal actions are reviewed, under federal law, all federal actions are reviewed for their potential effects on properties and districts that are listed in or eligible for listing in the National Register. Environmental review is streamlined in communities where comprehensive surveys have been conducted and study list properties have been identified, signaling potential National Register eligibility in advance of project planning. So what does placement on the study list mean for property owners? It authorizes HPO staff to work with the owner to coordinate a formal nomination of the property to the National Register. It should be noted that inclusion in the study list is not an absolute guarantee of eligibility. Over time, properties may require reevaluation due to changes or deterioration. Also, properties once considered not eligible may later become eligible with the passage of time or with additional knowledge about the historical themes they may represent. And listing on the study list does not mean that the property is automatically listed in the National Register or that listing will ever occur. So this is a screenshot of HPO Web just taken the other day, and all of these green dots represent a study list property. As you can see, we have many properties that have been study listed and never listed in the National Register. There is no mechanism for removal of a property from the state study list. So even if properties have later been determined to be too altered or even demolished, they still remain on the study list. And then a few things to remember as we talk about study list properties today. Study list properties must be assessed based on current appearance and integrity, not what it could be if a rehabilitation were to occur or incompatible materials removed. While interest in rehabilitation tax credits often spur study list applications, they are not to be considered in our assessment of study list eligibility. And the boundaries of properties or districts listed in the study list are subject to change once a formal nomination is produced. And that's all I have for you all about study lists.
All right, thank you, Hannah. I will now pass this off to Beth. All right, Beth, you should have control of the screen.
Okay, thank you. So it's a pleasure to get to talk a little bit about our survey program today, because we often just do not have time to discuss what the survey program is working on unless we're hearing a study list presentation that's coming out of a survey. So I appreciate having some time on the agenda today. And first, we're going to begin by talking generally about what our architectural surveys entail. These projects begin with a windshield survey, which is exactly what it sounds like. Ideally, two people are in a car, one person is driving and obeying all the public safety laws involved in operating a vehicle, and the second person is sitting beside them with a map in their lap, frantically taking notes and annotating and thinking about what is the scope of this project going to look like and what are we going to include. Occasionally, we do a small enough survey project that kind of thing can happen on foot. But when a large municipal project is happening or a project that is covering an entire county, the initial phases is a lot of driving. Almost every public road will get covered during that. And the surveyors at that point are making preliminary decisions about what should be included in the survey. So what they're looking for, what they're prioritizing at that point are historic properties with high material integrity or design elements that are important to local history and culture. They're looking for distinguishable neighborhoods, rural communities, and commercial and industrial areas. They're looking for farmsteads with complexes of intact agricultural buildings and field patterns. Buildings that serve as important community gathering places, such as churches, schools, fraternal buildings, and stores. And of course, the part of the logic there is that one person or one family lives in a house, but buildings that are important to a community represent many people. We also look for buildings that house major employers or other mainstays of the local economy. And depending on where you are in North Carolina, that could be a textile mill, a furniture factory, or a tobacco warehouse, among other things. And lastly, they're looking for properties that are associated with groups of people who have been underrepresented in prior surveys or in prior National Register nominations in the area, or in an area that has not had a lot of survey or National Register work. They're looking for people who may not be well represented in the published histories of the survey area. After the windshield survey, the surveyors begin the intensive phase where they're actually getting out of the car and they're talking to people and they're getting to know people who know the area, probably lifelong residents, or at least people who are very invested in the places they live. And as they begin to gather input from the people they're talking to, then they can identify other properties that might meet these set of priorities, but were not obvious just by looking at them from the windshield survey. And I am trying to change the slide.
I think, yep.
Okay. Thank you. As survey files begin to be created, they consist of a number of different components. And these are digital photographs that are printed as contact sheets and included in our paper files, records that are compiled in an Access database that we've tailored to the project, which are then printed as reports and included in our paper files, and site plans that can either be hand-drawn while you're there in the field, or sometimes are created by annotating aerial photographs back in the office. And that's what you have an example of here. All of the material that's born digital is printed and included in our paper files, which are either housed in the basement of the Archives and History building for 75 of our counties, or for the 25 Western counties that we serve in Asheville, we have a separate file room where those paper records are maintained. Surveys typically involve a high level of community engagement, and that yields supplementary material that is added to the files. So for example, this afternoon, we're going to be hearing the Clay County Comprehensive Architectural Survey Study List. And in that project, which is just concluded, our surveyors, Audrey Thomas and Mike Lynn Williams, interviewed more than 50 people over the course of the project. And with the help of the Historic Hayesville organization, collected short written descriptions and accounts of different places from local people. And all of that material is now part of our survey file as well. Most surveys conclude with a report. The report provides historic and architectural context for evaluating buildings and landscapes in the survey area. The report is not intended to be an exhaustive history of the survey area or its architectural heritage, but it is intended to draw connections between social and environmental history and the places that best convey its history. So we ask our surveyors to tailor their research, not necessarily to the oldest history, not necessarily dovetails with their personal research interest, but where do we see things that are still standing, that can still be preserved? And how does social environmental history fit with the aspects that are still conveyed on the landscape, the places that we can still see? And now our big question, appropriate to this training today, is how does the study list dovetail with an architectural survey? In many ways, a survey, an active survey or a recent survey, provides the ideal circumstances to evaluate properties for the study list, because recent survey data gives us confidence that we have identified the best example of an architectural style or a method of construction, or we have found the place that best conveys a historic trend that we have found to have significance in the study area, or it best represents people who do not have a lot of standing buildings that represent their history, or a place that conveys a story that is significant to the study area. We often are making those arguments with study list applications that we receive from the public, but it requires a lot of work often on the part of HPO staff to feel confident that that is an appropriate argument for that place. When we've just had a survey, all of that work has been done and we have all this new data and we know exactly what is out there in the county. So it makes crafting that argument a lot easier and we feel more confident about it. From the outset of the survey, staff in the State Historic Preservation Office, as well as the folks who are out in the field doing the survey, they are being mindful of properties that might make good candidates for the study list. And that is properties that appear to have the requisite significance and integrity to someday perhaps be listed in the National Register. As the material is coming into our staff for review, we are often flagging properties that we think might have study list potential, and we're communicating that to the surveyors. So it's a constant conversation throughout the survey as we prepare for the study list at the end. At the same time, the priorities that I mentioned on the first slide that we use as we are thinking about what to include in an architectural survey, those priorities are a lot broader than the criteria that we use to evaluate properties that might be eligible for listing in the National Register. And because we're not using National Register criteria to determine what we're going to survey, a lot of what we survey doesn't meet National Register criteria. Instead, our survey program has a set of priorities that are separate from the National Register program. And those priorities are generally shaped as we do the field work and we meet local people who can inform what we're studying and what we're prioritizing. The study list is an important part of an architectural survey, but it's not the only product, and it doesn't really form how we approach our architectural survey. So historically, for those reasons, only a small percentage of the properties documented during a survey are proposed for the study list. So to give you another concrete example from Clay County this afternoon, Audrey and Michael Ann assigned 197 survey site numbers during their study of Clay County, and they updated 90 survey files that existed prior to the survey for a grand total of 287 sites in Clay County that have now been surveyed and now have a file in our office. When they present the study list this afternoon, you'll see 14 of the 287 sites that have been surveyed, which is roughly 5% of everything that we've documented in Clay County. And that 5% number, I went back to the last few study list presentations that we've heard from Architectural Survey, and that's very much in line with recent projects, which range from 3% to about 10% of all properties surveyed. So it's important to remember that the amount of time, energy, and enthusiasm that goes into creating a survey file is not dependent on, and in many times is not related to, the property's inclusion in the study list. It's very common to survey a historic property that does not appear to be a good candidate for the National Register, but is worthy of a full and rich survey record and is worthy of extra time and attention from the surveyor. I wanted to give you a few examples of when we might spend a lot of time on something that doesn't appear to be a good study list candidate. And this is by no means an exhaustive list. I'm sure if I called on Sarah or one of our other staff who has a lot of survey experience, they'd probably be able to list 3 more examples. But just to give you a few examples of things that we spend a lot of time on, but that you might not see during a study list presentation, are properties that are in derelict condition, but they represent a high level of architectural style or some kind of other building skill. But just looking at it, you know that you're the last person that's going to get a chance to document this. The condition of this property is so poor that it's affecting its integrity. And you know that this is the last chance to document this before it probably goes away forever. And we do ask people to spend a lot of time on things that we know will not be with us for much longer. You might come across a site where something very important happened in local history, but there's not much material evidence left there to convey the significance of what happened. And so in that case, you're documenting the story, but there's not necessarily something there that's going to get listed in the National Register. Another example is you might find a property type or a construction method that you've determined is very important to your study area, but it's not the best example. And so you're spending time on that property because you're going to use it to support your argument for something else that will be proposed for the study list. You're saying, I found 5 of these, and this isn't the best one, but we really need to know a lot about it so we can make the argument for the one that is the best. Or lastly, and this is probably the one that happens the most, you come across a property that relates to your own strengths as a historian or an architectural historian, or more importantly, you come across something that's really important or really plays into the strengths of a local person that you've met doing field work. And because we invest so much time in community engagement and tap into local people to enrich the survey record, our time and attention get absorbed into places that might not be good candidates for the study list, but they are very important and meaningful to the community and the people that we've met there and know the survey area better than anyone else. And so those are my comments about the survey program and the study list. And I believe we're going to hear from Julie next.
Yes, Julie is up next, and I want to check. I have a question from Sean about when to hear the presentations and vote. All right, Sean, I will get back to you on that. And now I'm passing the remote control to Julie.
Okay. All right. I couldn't find where to unmute. There we go. Okay, so we've heard about study list and survey. Now I'm just going to do a brief introduction on National Register. So the National Register, or more formally, the National Register of Historic Places, is the official federal list of districts, sites, buildings, structures, and objects significant in American history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, and culture. The National Historic Preservation Act of 1966 established the National Register and created state historic preservation offices to administer the program at the state level. The National Register list is mostly an honorary distinction and recognition. Though listing is also through listing, it also provides protection in the event of a federally funded or licensed project, such as a road widening or bridge construction, and Sarah will discuss this in more detail later. The National Register nomination at its core is a form. It has evolved over time from earlier ones that were just a few pages to be quite thorough documentation of historic resources. As you all have read many of these nominations, you know there are different components. The nomination form is where the applicant argues their case. It includes specifics for criteria, areas of significance, integrity, and period of significance. The National Park Service have published numerous bulletins to help complete a nomination. Bulletins 16A and 15 are the main guides for completing a nomination. And as you know, a wide variety of people prepare National Register nominations. Any person or organization may prepare one. Sometimes owners or interested historians prepare nominations, and our office works closely with those applicants to help guide them through the process. But more commonly, professional architectural historian consultants are hired to write a nomination. Nominations also include supporting documentation, including photographs, maps, and sometimes floor plans. Although our office archives many photos taken during the research phase, only a small sample set of these are selected to concisely represent the resource when sent to the National Park Service. So that was quick, just a little introduction on National Register and I will pass it over to virtually to Jeff and others that'll take a deeper look at the different aspects and some of these areas within the nomination.
All right, thank you, Julie. All right, let me pass this along to Jeff. Okay. All right, Jeff, you should be able to have control.
I thought Warren was next, so these may not be my slides unless someone went and
No,
adjusted.
you just need to advance it one.
Okay. Easier said than done.
Yeah, just use the arrows on your keyboard.
Yeah, that's what I was. It's just not.
Click your cursor on the screen.
Uh-huh.
And now try.
Okay. Nope.
And on my end, it also says it's still waiting for you to take control. Why don't we just go to, let me see if I can do it. There we go. So you just tell me next slide.
Okay, let me get back to Zoom. Sorry, y'all. I'm not even seeing my presentation at this point. You can control Sarah Woodard's screen. There we go.
Okay.
Can everybody see a gray and white National Register of Historic Places?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Great. Sorry about that. So I'm kind of talking, or I'm going to talk to you about kind of the backbone of these program areas that Hannah and Julie and to some degree Beth have talked about so far, and that is significance and integrity. So, and like Julie mentioned, the Park Service has authored a number of bulletins over the years since the program began. I think they're up in the 40s, but I still have my very worn, very loved hard copy of Bulletin 16A. This is for single properties. Bulletin 16B is for multiple property documents, if you're curious. But in the bulletin, significance is defined as the importance of an historic property, but as defined by the National Register criteria, which is A, B, C, or D, in one or more areas of significance, i.e., broad patterns of history. So, in other words, because I don't like to use a word to define itself and its definition, a property possesses significance when the characteristics of that property make it stand out from the crowd in the contextual relationship when compared with similar properties of a select area of significance. So I'm going to just kind of highlight two recent examples. So significance is, the basis for both the period of significance, which could be one single year or could be multiple years. It could be disparate periods of time that aren't necessarily consecutive, but it can also be the basis for significant dates. And typically you see that a lot when you have a house that was, say, the original portion was built in 1830, and then during Reconstruction, another more significant two-story addition was put to the added to one elevation. So you would have those significant dates to indicate a second building campaign. But anyway, the period of significance is the length of time when a property was associated with important events, activities, or persons or attain the characteristics which qualify it for National Register listing. And a significant date is the year when one or more major events directly contributing to the significance of a historic property occurred. So here we have the recently listed One Plaza West, which is in downtown High Point in Guilford County. It was eligible under criterion C as the embodiment of a form, type, or style. In this particular case, it was brutalist was the style. Its period of significance was circa 1974. And it, it had a significant date of 2020. That's when they put the homage to I Am Pei down that pyramidal glass roof structure there in the sunken plaza. And then here we have a Rosenwald School in Pamlico County, the Holtz Chapel School, which it had a period of significance for an extended period of time, I believe from 19. And this is, I noticed with Zoom, you can't see your notes. That's exciting. I want to say the period of significance was 1922 to 1963. So the and basically, you know, criterion A was for education and ethnic heritage Black. So that's your span, your multiple years of your period of significance, as well as criterion C for the embodiment of a form and type that Rosenwald used to build his schools. So that would have been a single year of 1922, which was encompassed within that larger period of significance. So the second definition or term I'd like to define is integrity, which we kind of throw around a lot. It's, you know, again, the bulletin defines it as the authenticity of a property's historic identity evidenced by the survival of physical characteristics that existed during the property's historic or prehistoric period. Or to paraphrase, these are basically those character-defining features original to the property that remain intact to the degree that the building can convey its historic association. And to the left of the slide is the cover of Bulletin's 15, which goes into both the criteria for evaluation as well as the criteria considerations, which we can touch on if we want, if you all would like me to. But the 7 aspects of integrity are setting and location, design, materials, and workmanship, and association and feeling. And it's important to note that, you know, not a building or a property does not have to have all 7 aspects of integrity in order to be considered eligible. It really depends on the property type. Say, for example, something that's significant for its architectural style or the embodiment of a style, its design, and its materials and workmanship might have a little bit more importance than its setting and location. But they all kind of work together to form, you know, to coalesce and have and convey integrity. So I was kind of taught this little formula by a former coworker. So if you have significance, you have met the age, the 50-year threshold, and of course there's a criteria consideration G that can play into that, and you have integrity, then you have a property that is National Register eligible. And so if you're missing one of these 3 components, you really don't have an eligible building, and to kind of go back to I know we didn't really talk about historic districts. I think Lauren's going to touch on that, but you kind of use these same guidelines to evaluate buildings within districts as contributing or non. It's just when you have a collection of associated properties, the individual integrity and individual significance is not nearly as weighted as heavily as it is with this individual building. or property, excuse me. So if you have any questions, or if you need directions to get into these bulletins, we provide these to new board members, but if you'd like a hard copy, we're happy to mail one to you, or I can provide you with the URL to all the National Register's programs publications. They have an ongoing series that they just started within the last year called Best Practices Review. And I know some of you as consultants get those, but otherwise, just give me a shout and I will pass it over to Lauren, or Sarah will take control and pass it to Lauren.
All right, Lauren, the handoff is coming your way.
All right, I'm now unmuted. Let's see, can I advance this? Play the game. Oh, yep, okay, I can do it. All right, so Jeff noted, I'm going to talk about some boundaries and contributing and non-contributing resources and how we define National Register boundaries. I'll touch a little bit on historic districts as well. So what is a National Register boundary and how do we define it? A National Register boundary defines the area that is included within a National Register designation. And those boundaries are important because they not only delineate the resources that are significant to an individual property or district, but they also have some procedural implications. So for instance, only the resources included within a National Register boundary are included during a Section 106 review process for a federal undertaking, or can be eligible for federal or state tax credits. So it is an important part of the designation, and it's something that, there's a lot of factors that are considered when a consultant is forming a National Register boundary, when we're working with them to get the boundary where it needs to be, and also when you're reviewing it to see if you feel it's appropriate for that resource. So a National Register boundary can be anything from a single parcel to a portion of a property or multiple parcels. And when you're defining a boundary, we're really looking at natural features and waterways, roads, topographic features, parcel boundaries, railroads and fence lines, any kind of boundaries, existing landscape boundaries that could be logical kind of edges or stopping points for a National Register boundary. So you'll often see that a boundary is a tax parcel, or maybe it runs up to the road, or it stops along a body of water, or maybe includes a body of water. It just depends. You're also really going to consider the resource type, the area of significance, and the period of significance. Those are probably your biggest factors when you're determining a boundary, because a property that is, for instance, a house in an urban setting is going to have a very different boundary from a rural farmstead. And there's more factors to consider in that case. So, but the ultimate goal of a National Register boundary is to include all of the buildings, structure, sites, objects, landscape features that contribute to the significance of that listed property or district. So that's your ultimate goal, is not only something that is appropriate for that resource, but making sure that you capture all of those buildings, structures, objects, whatever, in that boundary, so that they are included within the designated area, and not only moving forward procedurally, but also just for the sake of the nomination, that you have an appropriate boundary. So we're going to look at these two properties as an example. The property on the bottom is a historic plantation. And just in general, with farmsteads and historic plantations, anything with farmland associated with it, you have a much larger boundary, because not only are you including, say, the house and the agricultural outbuildings, the domestic outbuildings that are associated with that farmstead, but you're also going to be looking at including the cultivated fields, the pasture land, those circulation networks that you find throughout the property, fence lines, things like that, that help to tell the story of that property and communicate its history, its function, and its significance. So even though there might not be buildings on any of that land, because it's cultivated fields, because it's pasture land that was associated with the operation of that farm, it would be included. But conversely, another good example of this is the Jonathan Hill Jaycox House in Perquimans County. So this was part of a historic farmstead back in the day. It was a big plantation. And now that it's listed, it has a much smaller boundary. You'll note that it's surrounded by farmland, but none of that farmland was included in the boundary. And the reason for that is that this property is listed under criterion A for social history, but not for agriculture, and with the main area of significance being criterion C for architecture. So in this case, even though that surrounding farmland was historically associated with the property, it does not directly contribute to the significance of that property given the areas of significance. So a much smaller boundary was determined for this property. It includes the house, the outbuildings, the immediate domestic yard, as well as the driveway, which in this case provides appropriate setting and context given the areas of significance. So there are a lot of factors that go into consideration when you're looking at a National Register boundary and determining it. And these are just some things to kind of keep in mind as you're reading nominations. As with the Jaycox House, I mentioned that that property, that land did not contribute to its significance. And one of the general tenets is to avoid adding additional areas or buildings that do not directly relate to significance, adding buffer zones, or just going with adding the entire parcel when it's not necessary. So you want to avoid adding areas or buildings or structures that do not contribute directly to the significance of the resource, but you also want to exclude areas that lack integrity. And again, going back to the Jaycox House, not only was that land not directly related to significance, but it had changed over time. The properties had been subdivided, it had been sold off to different property owners, there were new buildings on the properties, those historic field patterns were gone. So not only did it not contribute to the significance, but it also no longer had integrity. And so we see this with individual properties, but it's probably something that you might be more familiar with when we're discussing historic districts. So it's in a historic district, you might notice that a lot of them have these wiggly, jagged, sawtooth kind of boundaries. You're rarely going to see a perfectly square boundary for a district. And that's because, one, they're following parcel boundaries, which are usually somewhat irregular, but also because they're avoiding areas with resources that are not contributing to the significance of that district or that don't have integrity. And ultimately, you're never going to be able to avoid those areas entirely. You're always going to have some buildings that maybe don't have integrity, maybe date outside the period of significance within your district. But the general tenet, the general rule when we're defining National Register boundaries is to avoid large sections. You basically want to avoid what the National Park Service calls donut holes in the middle of your district, areas where you have large sections of buildings or maybe just vacant land that doesn't directly contribute to the significance of the district or the property, or also just have been altered or lack integrity as well. So in those cases, you might see where a district boundary jumps from one side of the street to the other to avoid certain buildings or certain sections of buildings, maybe entire blocks. You can see it here in the Ayden Historic District, kind of on the southern edge, where it kind of stays on one side of West Avenue, but not the other. It doesn't really pick up the other side of the street, or where it jogs around certain sections or certain buildings or blocks in that area. So it's okay to have smaller sections of non-contributing buildings, so buildings that maybe don't have integrity or don't have significance to that district, as long as they are surrounded by resources that do have integrity and significance, or they're adjacent to. So it's kind of a means to an end, a bridge to connect to another larger section that is valuable to the significance of that district. So it can't just, if you have a big old new government center in a downtown area that takes up a couple of blocks, rather than including it to get to the other buildings on the other side of that new government center, you're going to jog around it and cut it out instead, in order to avoid impacting the integrity of your district as a whole. So this is the Ayden Historic District, and you can kind of see how they've cut things out over time and how it has those jagged edges. But when you're looking at a district, sometimes it's hard to figure out where to stop. But like with individual properties, going back to those main tenets of what's the area of the significance, what is a period of significance, and using those as references to kind of understand where to end your district, because the urge, I think, is to try and include as much as possible, but again, avoiding those areas without significance or integrity, and also going back to your main areas of significance, periods of significance, in order to really determine what those boundaries are and whether or not you're capturing all of those significant resources within the boundary. So that's kind of the general rules of what we're using to define these boundaries, what consultants are using, and some guidelines for you when you're evaluating these boundaries. Generally, a boundary is going to be described in section 10 of a nomination. There'll be a verbal description as well as a boundary justification to concisely and clearly explain why those boundaries were determined. So why areas were included, why some areas were excluded. They will also be represented on the location and boundary maps that are accompanying that nomination, and there will also usually be UTMs or lat longs on those maps as well as in the nomination. And something to keep in mind is that boundaries can be expanded or reduced. We've seen plenty of boundary expansions come through, plenty of boundary reductions come through. And that's typically done either to capture, such as expanding to capture additional resources that might have significance or be significant to that district. It's often accompanied by a period of significance expansion. Or a boundary might be reduced because of a loss of integrity in certain areas of that district. So that's something that comes through fairly often. So just even if once a boundary is set, it's not a static thing. It can change over time as that resource or that district changes over time. That's some general rules. Can I advance my screen? Am I allowed to do that? There we go. So now I'm going to get into types of boundaries. Again, I touched on them a little bit, but just to quickly go back over them again. First is individual property boundaries. These are often, but not always, single parcels. It's more often going to be a single parcel boundary or a single property, but sometimes you have multiple property owners involved if properties have been divided up over time. It's often going to be a primary resource with secondary resources as well as landscape features. And this is the most common type you're going to see for houses, commercial buildings, schools, farms. But we have seen schools and farms listed as historic districts depending on their size and their composition. So there's no hard and fast rules here. It really is, it just depends on the nature of the resource. The next boundaries, like I was talking about earlier, are historic district boundaries. And historic districts, according to the Park Service, are defined as an area with significant concentration, linkage, or continuity of sites, buildings, structures, or objects united historically or aesthetically by plan or physical development. So in general, it is a collection of resources that are together working to communicate their architectural or historical significance. Typically, this is going to be multiple parcels, multiple properties. You're going to have multiple property owners as well. And as I said earlier, the boundaries typically will follow the property lines, giving it kind of that jagged sawtooth appearance, but also other things like roadways and railway lines, natural barriers to development that might define that area as well. This is the Ahoskie one, the Ahoskie National Register boundary. And you can see that they actually avoided creating a donut hole in the middle of their district where they kind of cut out that section of the railroad because it did not have significance or integrity for that district. And this, we're probably most common with this, most familiar with commercial areas, residential neighborhoods being listed as districts. But as I said, we've seen farmstead listed as districts as well as college and medical campuses. So it may not be a typical district. And we're also going to get into some other examples of districts that you may encounter moving forward as well. This is just another example of a historic district. This is in Tarboro, and you can see that they use the waterways with a creek kind of on the southwest edge, and then the Tar River as a natural boundary to the district because it was a natural boundary to development over time. So that's just another example for you. But another type of historic district that you might encounter is a rural historic district. And these are I think a little less common than the urban historic districts, but the same principles apply when you're defining boundaries. It's just over a much larger area. So instead of all the resources being grouped together very closely, you're going to have larger expanses of land in between those houses or buildings that are within the district. However, similar to defining a boundary for like a farmstead, you want to include that land in between. This isn't just vacant lots or vacant areas. These, in this case, for the Lake Landing Historic District, is a large group of 18th and 19th century historic farmsteads that all developed around the same time period. And so that farmland, those fields, are a contributing element to the significance of those properties and also to the district as a whole. It helps to create the feeling of setting and feeling as you're moving through the district. So those will need to be included as well. But again, the same principles apply whether it's an urban or a rural district, just a slightly different beast. And the final type I want to touch on are discontiguous historic districts. These are probably come before us the least often, but I think we actually have one in the Clay County presentation coming up today. So I did want to touch on them. And generally, historic districts are defined as a single geographic area of contiguous historic resources. But in the case of a discontiguous district, they are two or more geographically separate areas that contain associated eligible resources. And there are kind of three major criteria for a discontiguous district. The first is, that the elements are spatially discrete, meaning that they are historically associated with each other, but they are geographically separate from one another. So instead of being a row of commercial buildings that are all 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way down, they are in separate areas from each other, but they did function together historically. It also that the space between the resources is not related to their significance. So going back to our lake, oh my gosh.
Lake Landing.
Thank you. I wanted to call it Lake Lore for some reason. I don't know why that came into my head. Lake Landing Historic District, that wouldn't be a good candidate for a discontiguous district if you wanted to list, say, just the houses within that district, because that farmland in between them contributes to their significance, not only as individual resources, but as a district as a whole. So, so in discontiguous districts, what's separating them does not in any way, shape, or form inform its significance. And then finally, visual continuity doesn't contribute to significance either, meaning that you don't need to see the resources within the context of one another to understand their significance, their function, or their history. Again, think of that row of commercial buildings. You can't just pluck one out and have it completely represent the history of that commercial core. You have to see them within the context of one another to really understand them. So some examples that the Park Service gives us are a cemetery that's located outside of a rural town or village. So something that was functionally associated, but geographically separate from one another. A system of canals along a waterway, or maybe locks and dams that have a lot of basically sections of water or river or whatnot that are not associated with their significance necessarily, would not be included in a National Register boundary, but they are all functionally associated with one another and built during a similar time period. And then the final example is a little bit trickier, is a neighborhood divided by new construction. So in this case, it was a highway. I think the example in the bulletin about boundaries is in Chicago, and it was a neighborhood that was divided by a new highway. And in this case, both sides of that neighborhood need to have a good degree of integrity left, and the interruption of that district needs to have not significantly impacted the integrity of the district as a whole. So that one's a little bit trickier, but it can happen and it can work. Like I said, if you want to read more about that, there's a bulletin on defining boundaries where there are some examples of discontiguous districts. Now let me switch my screen.
Let's see.
Sometimes, there it goes. There we go. Next, I'm going to show you an example that actually we listed recently in North Carolina. Some of y'all might remember this. It was done in 2020. This is the Granite Cora Holt Mill Historic District in Alamance County. Originally, just the granite mill was listed as an individual property, but then in 2020, the district was listed to include the three functionally associated textile mills, the Granite, Cora, and Holt mills, which were all owned by the Holt family, operated at a similar time period, and had a major impact on this area. And in this case, this was a good example of a discontiguous district because the mills are functionally associated, historically associated, but separate entities from one another. And the area that separates them, which is East Main Street, separates them. So the granite mill's on one side and the Cora Holt is on the other side of East Main Street. That section of East Main Street, as well as the few commercial and industrial buildings kind of adjacent to those properties, do not contribute to their significance and are not related to their operation. And also, visual continuity wasn't a factor in their significance, meaning you don't need to view them as a group to understand their importance and significance as textile mills in this area, as evidenced by the fact that the granite mill was able to stand on its own. So you didn't need to view it in the context of the Cora and Holt mill in order to understand that these were significant properties. So this is a really good example of discontiguous district and met all three of those criteria, and was a good example. And I want to thank Hannah for sending this to me because I did not have one in the East and was not familiar. We don't get them a lot. So again, we're not as familiar with them. So I definitely wanted to touch on them in this presentation. The last thing I want to touch on really fast, as Jeff mentioned, is contributing versus non-contributing buildings in a historic district. I've used that language a little bit moving through this presentation, but Just to refresh your memories about what a contributing building is, it is a building, site, structure, object within a historic district or an individual property that adds to those historic associations, historic quality, architectural qualities, or archaeological values for which the property or district is significant. So it adds to the significance. It's helping to tell that story that that property or that district is trying to communicate. Generally, contributing resources will date to the period of significance, and they will also retain good integrity. These could be outbuildings associated with an individual property. It could be a gymnasium or a cafeteria building associated with a school, or even buildings within a historic district, so houses or commercial buildings. And you'll notice in these photos that some of the buildings have some alterations. They have replacement windows or siding or even replacement storefronts. And just because they have some replacement materials or some alterations doesn't mean that they can't be contributing, but they do need to retain sufficient integrity to communicate their association with the significance of the individual property or the district in order to be considered contributing. So there's a point where they will be so altered that they wouldn't be able to do that, wouldn't be able to be contributing. And in that case, they would be considered non-contributing resources. So these are buildings that do not add to the historic associations, architectural qualities, or archaeological values for which a property or district is significant. As I said, some of them do not retain sufficient integrity, even though they may date to the period of significance due to those alterations or material changes, or they may date outside the period of significance or not be 50 years of age. So for instance, the Duck Through gas station in this historic district was built in 1996. It is not 50 years old, so it is non-contributing. The other two buildings that I have here on this slide, the one at the top, that's at my right hand, to the right is a early 20th century commercial building in a downtown district. And it had a mid 20th century slip cover put onto the front of it. But because that's a significant alteration to its appearance that occurred outside the period of significance for the district, this is a non-contributing resource in that district. And similarly, the BB&T building actually dates to the 1950s, but you would never know it because it received a 1980s makeover. And so therefore, it would be contributing based on its age, but based on its current appearance and the changes that have happened to it, it is a non-contributing building to that particular district as well. So those are just some examples of contributing and non-contributing. You're going to see this language used in nominations for individual properties as well as districts. I think we're most familiar with it. Looking at districts where you're seeing, that inventory list where it's listed non-contributing, contributing all the way down. But you do also see this, and it is something that needs to be included in a nomination for an individual property. So if it's outbuildings or secondary resources, secondary structures associated with that individual property, they do need to be delineated between contributing and non-contributing resources. So that is everything I have for you on historic districts and contributing and non-contributing resources. And I think I'm going to turn it back over to Sarah so she can wrap us up.
All right, thank you. And let me see if okay, we have a repeat of Jeff's slides for a brief second here, but let me get my notes pulled up. So you've seen what happens here and here, and so what happens here and here after you guys do your review. We all seem to be struggling with our cursors today and trying to get to my notes, which I'm not able to do now. So I'm just gonna wing it. So after you review your nominations and vote one way or the other, then the nominations go to Dr. Waters for his approval. You are voting to recommend that the State Historic Preservation Officer sign off on the nomination. Generally, in my experience, our State Historic Preservation Officer has always signed off on your recommendation. I do know one instance before my time where the committee did not vote to move it forward, and the State Historic Preservation Officer did sign off on it and send it on to the Park Service anyway. But generally, he follows your recommendations. Then it moves to then we have a flurry of activity. Mostly Sharon is uploading and sending the nomination along to the Park Service where they review it And ultimately, the keeper of the National Register, which is a real job, I don't believe she gets a scepter and an orb, but it is an actual job. The keeper signs off on it. The keeper, of course, gets many, many nominations, and she actually has a group of reviewers. And so we have a reviewer that reviews all the nominations that come out of North Carolina. So once the keeper has it, they have 45 days to review, and then if it's listed, we get a notification, and we pass that notification along to the preparer, to the advocate, and then eventually they will get an official letter notifying them of listing, and owners of individual resources will get a certificate. For districts, we notify the local governing official. After something's listed, an owner can do anything they would like to it. They can even tear it down. Real toothy protections that protect from demolition generally come from local historic designation. So National Register is honorary. Private property owner can continue to do whatever they would like to their resource. Most of them continue to maintain and take care of their historic resources, thankfully. And some of them take advantage of the tax credit program. The tax credit program allows property owners in North Carolina. There is a individual homeowners property tax credit, as well as a state and federal tax credit for commercial producing resources. But we don't like to let the tax credit dog wag the tax credit tail wag the NR dog. So we don't talk about tax credits in your discussions. A lot of your nominations that you see are brought to us because someone is interested in doing a tax credit project, but that should not factor in your discussions. The National Register also was born out of a regulatory process. The federal government decided, or Americans decided, they didn't want the federal government using money to have a negative effect on the environment, historic resources being part of that environment. So to determine what is historic, they had to come up with a method, and that method is the National Register that you have in front of you. So if a federally funded or federally licensed project is taking place, National Register listed and National Register eligible resources get a little bit of extra attention in that process. So that is your training, and if you have questions, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and if you have questions, the floor is open for that. Any questions?
I thought it was a great presentation, very comprehensive. One question going forward, I know there's going to be a cultural landscape nomination. Will there be some maybe additional explanation about that, because it is a little different kind of animal and these more traditional nominations are?
Yeah, I would expect if we have a traditional cultural property coming forward, we would have to do some kind of brief information about that. Jeff, do you want to speak to those, what that is and how it might be a little bit different?
I mean, traditional cultural properties or places aren't really a property type or anything like that. It's just a way to categorize a space that has meaning from a cultural standpoint for a group of people. But yeah, I mean, I would think that you would need someone from that community to explain fully exactly what it means from a cultural standpoint, and how that relates back to significance of the place. That probably sounded like I was talking in circles, but hopefully it made sense.
I know there's fairly recent draft updates on that too. So
Yes.
and
Yeah.
also I think
Bulletin
integrity is
38
gonna be,
just came back out, and it is
yeah, to me, it's
probably
gonna
4
clear
times
stuff.
longer than it was.
Yeah, integrity and sort of what the resource is, physical resource is a lot more amorphous. So I was just throwing that out there to consider as we go into slightly different types of resources. Would be good to expand on that. It's easy to look at a house and say, yeah, it's great. It's a lot harder to look at a cultural place and
Right.
you'll understand what it is. Thanks.
Yes, I actually have a question to follow up on that. Is there going to be separate training on archaeological resources?
We can do whatever you need to do, Dr. Fitz. We just need to find an archaeologist.
There's a whole office of them you're nearby.
I think it would benefit us as well. You know, we request that the OSA reviews our nominations just for their opinion about the property and the nomination. So I certainly think it would benefit all of staff who review nominations to kind of get a full grasp and a full understanding of what they're looking at and what that potential might be.
Yeah, I think we definitely struggle. We struggle with archaeological nominations internally, but part of the way we handle that is to turn them over to OSA. And so if we had an archaeological nomination, then someone from OSA would be presenting that. But yes, in terms of training, we could all benefit from more archaeology. Dr. Johnson.
Yes, when we were at the Maritime History Council meeting, discussion came up about properties that, because they're right on the coast, and we have the example of being able to move a property because it's at risk. Is there any guidance of other areas where, as we look at our weather pattern changes, that place properties at risk, that if they're moved that away from their particular site, that they would still be able to undergo the eligibility process, even though they may be quite far away from kind of their site, and the site may have been a part of the interpretation, or
Yeah. So the National Register does have some exceptions, sort of a little escape hatch for being able to list buildings that have been moved. There's also a process to keep buildings listed, if they're already listed, to keep them on the register while they move. Things that are listed on the register and get moved can come back for relisting if they didn't follow the process to keep that designation while they were moving. But it is difficult by design to get a listed building or get a building listed when it has been moved, whether or not it was listed to begin with. And again, that is by design to really to discourage moving buildings. If you are, let's say, something at the coast and it needs to back up from the water, but it's still facing the water. It's just moving. People who have beachfront property in Nags Head, for instance, move their cottages back periodically. So something like that, the orientation to the ocean's remaining the same, that's not going to be an issue. Now, if you picked up one of those, a beachfront house, and moved it inland to the sound side, that's probably going to be, difficult to, I would say, potentially impossible to relist, but it's all case by case. There's no one set formula.
thank you so much. I knew y'all'd have a good answer.
All right, any other questions? And you all, please, if you're, if you're coming up to a meeting and you're reviewing your materials and there's something that you have questions about, let us know. We can certainly address things in a meeting, or, technical stuff we can help you with anytime.
All right, are we ready to move on in the agenda? Okay, then let's begin with the National Register nominations. We'll start with the Western region. And I'd like to take both of these, the Western region together, and then hear the presentations, and then we can talk about it with questions and vote on those together. And then when we get to the Central region, we'll take those individually because there is a conflict with one of our members. And then when we get to this Eastern region, we can take those all together. So with that, we'll turn it over to Hannah Beckman-Black, please.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if I can share my screen. Okay, you are all probably seeing.
We're seeing a profile of your beautiful son.
Oh, okay. Hold on one second. Stop sharing for a second. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, let's see. Can you all see that now?
Yes.
Okay, it's in presentation mode.
It's not in presentation mode.
Oh, okay, now you can see okay, that's not good either. I'm sorry about this, everyone.
Oh, wait, go back to the one you had up.
Okay.
If you can.
How about this?
There you go. Perfect.
Okay, so you can see the full screen. Okay.
Yes.
Right now, anyways, as long as it looks good to you all. Okay, so my first property is the Pine Bur Hosiery Mill. It's located in, oops, I'm sorry, I'm trying to advance and it's not. There we go. It is located in Burke County in the town of Valdez, approximately 1/2 mile south of downtown, and its location is indicated by the red arrow. The Pine Bur Hosiery Mill is being nominated for local significance under Criterion A in the area of industry. Built in phases between circa 1923 and circa 1970, this mill, also known as Plant Number 2 of Waldensian Hosiery Mills, played a significant role in the modernization and expansion of Waldensian mills for the production of women's hosiery. The opening of Waldensian hosiery mills in 1901 as the first manufacturing plant in Valdez sparked industrial development in town, especially with hosiery production. Waldensian grew rapidly, acquiring many smaller mills over the next several decades before merging with the other largest local mill, Alba Hosiery, formerly Pilot Full Fashioned, in 1962 to form Alba Waldensian Inc. The building that would become Pine Bur Hosiery Mill was first constructed circa 1923 by Valdez Manufacturing Corporation and leased by Valdez Shoe Corporation. In 1926, Waldensian Hosiery Mill began producing women's full-fashioned seamless stockings and moved production into the Pine Bur plant by 1928, quickly expanding the building with several additions. Production of women's hosiery at Pine Bur continued even after the building was sold to Pilot Full Fashion Mills in 1952 and through the Alba Waldensian merger in 1962 until it was sold in 2006, and the building is currently vacant. The selected period of significance begins in circa 1923 with the construction of the earliest portion of the building and extends to 1975. So now we'll look at the building evolution. Can you all see my my cursor?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So All additions date within the period of significance, so it has very good overall integrity. This is that circa 1923 original portion. It has some smaller additions on the rear of the portion that date between 1932 and 1952. Then there's a circa 1932 edition, a circa 1941 edition that has a two-part edition right here. That is the office that dates to 1941, and then there's a 1948 to 52 portion. Then we have a circa 1952 edition here, and finally a circa 1969 to 70 edition. So starting with the front elevation, and it's kind of tough to see because it's a very long building. Here is that circa 1941 to 52 office edition. You can see right here the seam where it shows one portion and then the later portion. Then here is that circa 1923 original portion. Here's a detail of that where you can see some of the traditional Waldensian stacked stone foundation on the original portion. And then let's see, this is the circa 1923 portion and the circa 1932 edition. And I should note that the windows were bricked in sometime between 1940s and 1950s. Then we have the side elevation of the circa 1932 portion and the 1952 portion. And then here's the rear elevation of the circa 1952 edition. And then here are the rear elevations of the 1923 and 1941 portions of the mill. These are all later additions to that earliest portion, but they all are again within that period of significance. And then some typical views of the circa 1969 to 70 edition. Then looking at some typical interior views, this is the 1923 portion, looking into the 32 edition and the circa 1932 edition. As you can see, it's the wide open spaces are maintained and a lot of the original finishes are intact. Same with the 1941 edition and the 1952 edition. And then the circa 1969 to 70 edition. The historic property includes two contributing buildings, a utility shed and a warehouse. And the boundary is drawn to encompass the 3.45 acre tax parcel on which the mill and all existing historic outbuildings sit. In sum, the Pine Bur Hosiery Mill is being nominated at the local level under criterion A in the area of industry with a period of significance spanning circa 1923 to 1975. The Office of State Archaeology reviewed this nomination and did not recommend a statement of archaeological potential. And then my second property for you is the Gladstone Academy, located in northern Stanley County in the small village of Meisenheimer, southwest of Pfeiffer University, and its location is indicated here by the red arrow. Gladstone Academy is being nominated at the local level under criterion A in the area of education. Upon establishment circa 1894, it was the only school in Meisenheimer filling a critical educational need for local children and boarders until the Ebenezer C. Mitchell Home and School relocated to the village in 1910 and absorbed Gladstone Academy. The Mitchell School eventually grew to become Pfeiffer University. Gladstone Academy was sponsored by agencies of the Methodist Episcopal Church that worked to augment the meager educational offerings by the local government prior to the era of rural school consolidation in the 1920s. The building's period of significance begins with its construction and initial operation circa 1894 and ends in 1910, when the building was converted for use as a church. Although Gladstone Academy was established by the Methodist Episcopal Church and used as a church after the school closed, it meets criteria consideration A for religious properties because it is being nominated for its educational significance. Not long after the building became a church in 1910, a perpendicular wing was added to the rear portion of the south side elevation. So you can see that here, and this is that original portion. But the nomination argues that the design intent of the school building is still evident. In more recent years, the building suffered vacancy and neglect prior to its purchase by the local government in 2011. Rot and water damage necessitated several repairs and alterations. On the exterior, vestibule windows and transoms were replaced. Other windows were repaired. Foundation piers were repaired or replaced as needed, and the metal roofing was replaced. On the interior, the new flooring and ceiling were added to match the original, and electricity was added. The nomination notes that in all cases of replacement, the existing material was irreparable and replacement wooden features were milled and constructed to match. The National Register boundary is drawn to encompass the lot historically associated with Gladstone Academy. In 2013, the village bought an adjacent lot and had the two lots combined into a single parcel. So that's what you're seeing here. So only this bold outlined portion is the National Register boundary. At the local level, and criteria consideration A for religious properties with a period of significance from circa 1894 to 1910. And after a review by the Office of State Archaeology, it was determined that the property did have archaeological potential, and the statement is included in the nomination. So if anyone has any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
There any questions or discussions about either of these properties? Comments?
Okay, I'll stop sharing my screen.
There's no discussion or comments. Would anyone care to make a motion on these two properties?
I make motion to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Bergstone?
I second.
Joe Opperman is a second. I will have to do a roll call vote today just because we're online, and so I'll call everyone out by name. And if you can let me know your aye, nay, or abstain, that would be great, please. So I'll begin with David Bergstone.
Aye.
Joe Opperman.
Aye.
Josie Ward.
Aye.
Dr. Harper.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson.
Aye.
Dr. Fitz.
Aye.
Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Newell Clark.
Aye.
And Noah Reynolds.
Aye.
And I'm Sean Patch. Aye. Those properties pass with a.
The chair doesn't need to vote.
Oh, okay,
unless
great.
there's a
Thank
tie.
you. Thank you. Then just given where we are in time, I'd recommend we take a break. We can either take a short bathroom break or we can break for lunch. I'll get everyone's temperature checked quickly here to see if there's a preference either way. Noah?
I just want to admit I'd sent in. I have a meeting from 1 to 1:30. I have to break off.
Yep.
And attend, so I didn't know when we were going to break for lunch, but I'm not available from 1 to 1:30.
Understood. We recognize that, and you come back if you can join us after. That'd be great, please. Strong opinions either way. Lunch now or a quick break and then move on and take a lunch later.
I'd vote quick break so that we get more of our materials done before lunch since we have the big survey after.
Sure. Then how about a 5-minute bathroom break? We'll come back. We'll just come back by 12 and we'll reconvene then. So we'll get 9 minutes. Does that sound reasonable?
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, everyone, glad we're back. That was a good break. I know I needed it personally. For the next set of nominations, because we do have one recusal, I'd like to consider these individually. And then when we get to the Eastern region, we'll consider those all together. So with that, we'll turn it over to Sarah Woodard for the first presentation, please. Sarah, can you hear us? Hi, Sarah, are you there? All right.
Yes.
You are up.
All righty. Let's see. And okay, why am I not seeing my share my screen button? Oh, right there. Okay. Okay. We are going to move along here with the Bonham Historic District. Okay. All right, so the Bonham Historic District is located in Chatham County, which is just about in the middle of the state. And here's Bonham over in fairly central Chatham County, right on the Hall River. The district, which is outlined here in black, so it includes kind of three sections. This area is Mill Hill. These are the mill houses that were built over the course of 3 building campaigns. Houses were built in a limited selection of forms, a 1.5-story side gable form, a one-story side gable form with a centered roof gable, and a much plainer side gabled form with 1 or 2 front doors. This part of town also includes the top of the mill hill, where there's a baseball field and a standpipe for the water system, both of which contribute to the district's historic character. Right along Bonham Road, the houses date from the 1920s and 1930s, with a couple of late 19th or early 20th century houses, more associated with mill management and people who sort of ran some of the businesses associated with the community. This area is also home to the churches, the district's one church, which is the one farthest to the left or to the west, and the town's commercial buildings. And then across Bonham Road, the north section, these are a collection of houses from the late 19th century, early 20th century, associated mostly with mill managers. Luke and Martha Bonham settled here around 1779, and their son Mark appears to be the Bonham who began milling at this location. And around 1800, he was in his early 20s, and he constructed the house that marks the start of the district's period of significance at circa 1800. That house is now part of this house, which was created as his descendants expanded the older house. Mark's mill mentions his mill race, dam, and an island in the Hall River with a miller's house on it. In 1872, Mark's sons and 2 other investors organized the Bonham Manufacturing Company, and they constructed a 3-story frame building, a frame mill, along with 14 houses for mill hands. So they're the ones who really started a mill village. In 1886, the Bonhams sold the operation to John Milton Odell, who's a well-known manufacturer from Concord, and the Bonham brothers stayed on as superintendent and operator. In 1916, fire destroyed the wooden building, and in 1917, a new brick factory building went into service. During the 1920s and 1930s, the company added more houses, And the houses, the village remained in company ownership until 1976, when the Chatham County Housing Authority received a community development block grant to buy the houses, fix them up, and sell them to the tenants. In 2001, the brick mill building from 1917, along with some expansions, burned, and that mill would have been located sort of straight ahead in this photograph at the bottom of the hill. The district encompasses 104 contributing resources, including the standpipe for the water system, a baseball field, and the remains of various iterations of milling at this location. The district also includes 75 non-contributing resources. The Bonham Historic District is locally significant under Criterion A in the area of community planning and development as a planned mill village with related rural development. The district is also locally significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture for the collection of vernacular architecture that exemplifies construction and stylistic trends in the county during this period. The period of significance ends in 1972 when the mill's management changed and also the production switched to synthetic yarns. Staff supports listing the Bonham Historic District in the National Register, and also want to congratulate the local residents in Bonham who raised the money to hire a consultant and really took off with this project and made it happen. So I think you guys need to vote on this one before I move on, so we'll stop sharing.
Okay, are there questions or comments or discussion about the Bonham Historic District?
I just have a reflection that that's such a fast-growing county and area, and to be able to have that grouping of buildings, that whole village there, and when you visit it you get that very sense and feel of something very precious. Besides which, one of my favorite vernacular artists was there, Clyde Jones, and had the practice of, he didn't sell, he would give away his art, especially to children. And on my daughter's 14th birthday, she received not only one of his paintings, because he did paint as well as create these critters, but the two girls also got a critter. So it is one of the one of the most wonderful to me representations of a ongoing village community. They're very close knit, and I commend them for bringing this, raising the money to bring this to our attention.
Excellent.
Yes, Noah.
Yeah, I enjoyed looking at the Milltown setup there. In Winston, we have remnants, maybe a few houses left of the Haynes Milltown area, and it's been consumed by shopping centers and development. So it's hard to preserve that in an urban environment, but to see that there, and I am aware that in Chatham County, like Disney, like Walt Disney's doing some kind of big 250-acre development. So development's moving into that area, and to preserve that Milltown on the Haw River, I think is special. So appreciate that.
All right, is there anyone here to make a motion about the Bonham Historic District?
I move that we
You go ahead.
I move we accept the recommendation from staff.
That's
Second.
Noah Reynolds, okay. And there's a motion to accept staff recommendations, and we'll do a roll call vote. David Bergstone?
Yes, aye.
Joe Opperman?
Yes.
Josie Ward?
Yes.
Dr. Harper?
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
Dr. Fitz?
Aye.
Fred Belladin?
Aye.
And Newell Clark?
Aye.
All right, that motion has passed. And we're on to the next property. So Sarah, just a point of order on this one in terms of the logistics of how we're going to ask Joe to recuse himself. How will he know when to come back?
Well, I'll have the sound on, so.
Sound, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me just close out here.
Okay. Then we are ready, Sarah.
All right. Well, again, I'm struggling to to get my notes to show up. There we go. Okay. This is the Elihu, Ann, and Abigail Mendenhall house. It takes its name from Elihu Mendenhall and his first wife, Ann, and his second wife, Abigail. The Mendenhalls were farmers, but they also operated a tan yard and a store on the property throughout the 19th century. The house is located in Guilford County, just on the western edge of the county. And here's a look at the boundary. And then the site plan with the house and the Spring House Foundation as the two contributing resources, and the other resources are non-contributing. And the site plan that was included with the nomination had some incorrect dates and contributing, non-contributing, but this is the correct site plan. The other thing that site plan was missing is a note about what this building is at the bottom, which is a modern building, and we will add that to the site plan before we move it forward. The house is eligible for the National Register under Criterion A in the areas of education and social history. Elihu, Ann, and Abigail were all active participants in the abolition and anti-slavery efforts of the Society of Friends in North Carolina, specifically through the Deep River and New Garden meetings, and through an organization called the Meeting for Sufferings of the North Carolina Society of Friends. The Quakers in Guilford, Randolph, Concord, and Wilmington were responsible for a massive shift in thought on slavery among white North Carolinians. Quakers in central North Carolina facilitated transportation of self-emancipated freedom seekers on the Underground Railroad. They facilitated manumissions, and they advocated for Black colonization in Haiti and Liberia, although the concept of colonization eventually caused some division among these Quakers. North Carolina's Friends were notably more radically anti-slavery than some other Quakers in other parts of the country and parts of the state. The North Carolina Quakers here in kind of central North Carolina liberated enslaved people that they owned. They purchased enslaved persons for the express purpose of manumission, and they relocated liberated slaves to free states. They influenced and fostered a number of manumission societies in central North Carolina, but after Nat Turner's rebellion in 1831, harsher laws drove some of the state's more high-profile abolitionists like Levi Coffin to move west or north to free states where they continued opposing slavery, but from a free state instead of from North Carolina. After some Quaker abolitionists fled, the Mendenhalls were one of the families that picked up the mantle of anti-slavery work by the Quakers in central North Carolina. The Mendenhalls were steadfastly committed to the anti-slavery movement, even as freeing and educating Black people became steadily more and more dangerous and more difficult. A great deal of circumstantial evidence points to their involvement in the Underground Railroad, but because this work had to remain secret, again, particularly after 1831, documenting the Mendenhall's engagement ends up relying on secondary reporting as well as some well-founded conjecture and assumptions. We do know that at the conclusion of the Civil War, Elihu and Abigail Mendenhall immediately began helping newly freed slaves access employment and educational opportunities. In fact, their assistance to formerly enslaved people was so immediate that that's actually one of the things that supports the notion that they had already been very active in Black uplift prior to emancipation. And their work was pretty high profile. Abigail taught Black students in a well-documented series of classes for several years, and she held those classes in a small building that was right out in their front yard. Quaker women like Abigail Mendenhall constituted less than 2% of North Carolina's total church membership, but they made up more than 20% of the white teachers working in Black schools between 1865 and 1876. As the nomination argues, the anti-slavery and equality activities of Quakers in central North Carolina, both before and after the Civil War, are of statewide significance and had influence at the statewide level. And the Mendenhalls were notable participants in those efforts. Therefore, the significance of the work of the Mendenhalls under Criterion A is of statewide significance. The Mendenhall house's current appearance dates to 1850, but the rear L was probably constructed by Elihu's father, James, in the early 1800s, and we'll see some pictures of that. Architecturally, the house represents a transition from older methods and patterns of construction that were beginning to change in the area with the completion of the Fayetteville and Western Plank Road in 1853 and the North Carolina Railroad in 1855. The house blends fairly austere Greek Revival designs with picturesque elements, and the best contextual comparisons of houses executed in this transitional moment have been lost. The house's construction combines standardized, mass-produced architectural elements, circular sawn lumber, and machine-made nails, but with hand-hewn timber framing to create kind of a snapshot of these years around just before and just after the arrival of some of these important transportation corridors that helped bring the Industrial Revolution to the Piedmont. So the interior has a lovely stair hall with a really, really pretty staircase. Upstairs, some of the bedrooms and mantelpieces. As noted, the house includes an older rear L, and that's what you're seeing here. The room closest to the main block retains finishes that appear to date to the mid-1800s. So the finishes seem to date from the remodeling of an expansion of this older house, while the room on the end of the L was actually reconstructed. That room had been torn off, and the original hearth, which you can see in the right-hand picture, remained, but as an exterior-facing fireplace. The cabinet doors to the left of the fireplace were discovered in the basement. In the 20th century, after the Mendenhalls died, the house served as the seat of a dairy operation. Today, a 1950s silo and a milk processing house remain, but they do not contribute to the resource's historic character because the period of significance ends with the Mendenhalls' deaths. This is another look at the processing house, and then it looks older, but a modern little stable to the left-hand side. The Elihu Ann and Abigail Mendenhall house is eligible for the register at the level of statewide significance under A, and eligible at the local level under C for its architectural design. And again, the period of significance concludes with the Mendenhalls association with the house.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Are there questions, comments, or discussion about the Mendenhall house?
Yes, I have a quick question. I'm a little confused about, and this is probably predictable, but the archaeological sites and their contributing or non-contributing status. So it makes sense that the things listed as sites that are after the period of significance aren't contributing, that track. But I'm confused specifically about the general store.
Yeah.
So I mean, I can see the roadbed. It's hard to tell how fragments of roadbeds might contribute to something, but specifically the store and also the spring house. In one place, and maybe I read a different, and maybe I was just blurry-eyed when I was reading, but it said that it says it's contributing in the one place, but then maybe not somewhere else. So I was just
okay. Well, We'll double check that because the site plan did have some inconsistencies between the site plan and the inventory list. The spring location, the spring house, is contributing. It's been investigated by OSA, and there is a OSA note in there. The general store area just simply hasn't had any investigation done there. So the OSA note in the nomination does suggest that there's probably lots of things on this site that we could be looking at.
So then what is the location? What's its map location based on if it hasn't been looked at archaeologically?
I think that some descriptions of where it was on the property that was in the front yard. And I think there are some references that place it kind of off to the side. So it's definitely conjecture.
I guess that was my question, because listing something and then saying it's non-contributing is different from saying that it's there, but we don't know exactly where.
Right.
But that's my only concern is listening, because I feel like, especially if that's a place, as you mentioned, where there might have been education happening as well as it being a store, it seems like it would be definitely potentially contributing from if it had archaeological integrity.
Right, right. And I think that's where the need to do some investigation, and then are there it really kind of just comes down to money. Are we going to ask the the applicant to do that investigation? It would be wonderful if they could, if they found out more information about exactly where that store is. And like you say, particularly that immediate post-Civil War education element to it.
Yeah, and I do, and obviously also in that if it was a store that contributed to their ability to do what they were doing.
Yes.
But so I guess I'm not really thinking that additional work needs done at this stage, in terms of actual archaeologists going out there. I'm just concerned about it being listed as non-contributing.
Jeff, do you know if there's any, I think but maybe what we're running into here is that there is sort of only black and white, there's only contributing and non-contributing. And there's nothing that is sort of a probably contributing, but we don't know. We need
that's the wording that OSA ends up having to use, right? Is like, this could probably be here, but we don't know.
Yeah.
And like Sarah said, I mean, to me, if it is conjectural, then I mean, it can be rescinded or it could be beefed up based on further investigation. That's excuse me. That's I think dilemma is too strong a word, but it just kind of goes outside of the scope of most of these property owners, that they don't really think about the what may lie beneath their property. So it certainly adds another dimension to their property, especially one with these sorts of connections to the Underground Railroad, which, like Sarah said, there's very little. I mean, they had to be careful about what they wrote down, sort of records they kept. So, but unfortunately, yeah, it is black and white. And but the good thing is that nominations can always be amended with additional documentation if they were to pursue a grant, some sort of humanities grant or something like that, that might tell more about either their involvement with the Underground Railroad or with a particular family. It's hard to say.
Well, and I think you will see a nomination sometime in 2025. Hopefully in June, that is an old nomination that's being updated specifically with archaeological resources and components.
But under criteria D, it only has to have the potential. It doesn't have to be proven to be designated.
But Jeff, don't we have to have some kind of demonstration of that?
Yeah, I mean, it has to show that the information that is learned is important. That's the key word that's emboldened in the definition. So it can't just be like, yeah, we found some pottery shards or some kiln furniture. So what? I mean, that's Jim Gabbard, our reviewer. That's his response, and it's not necessarily to be caustic. It's just kind of like, it's just like, it kind of makes you think, and so what? So what sort of impact does it make?
But in this case, there is getting the information about the location of the store and its existence, and it's not well, it may not relate. It obviously would relate, given it's within the period.
This office, to my knowledge, has usually wanted a actual archaeological, at least, some testing, and archaeological investigation. But Jeff, in your reading of the bulletin and, your reading of D, is there room to apply D when you haven't actually done any kind of
Any sort of
digging?
testing like that.
Yeah.
I mean, again, that kind of goes to David's, this person's use of the word potential. Let me look at Bulletin 16A, please.
And I can briefly bring up a precedent, which is the Evergreen Farm, which was, I believe, Mo Hartley. It's near Salem, and that's one that had archaeological resources listed as contributing. There was no archaeological investigation. The location of those sites was based on aerial photography only, and that was it. There was no actual archaeology field work per se that took place.
Yeah, and there's other ones. The Rock House in Forsyth or Davidson County, another example that a lot of the archaeological potential, and there's enough evidence to know that there were sites, even if they hadn't been formally, investigated. I mean, I thought that's the whole purpose of D, to be a potential that, I'm sorry, I'm talking, this is an archaeological thing, but the potential is there, but ideally you don't ever disturb it unless you need to.
Right.
So that's why criteria D says it's potential. It doesn't require you to have to destroy the site by the archaeological investigation.
Yeah, I mean, well, and I'll admit, I mean, this is, it's one of my weak spots because I'm not an archaeologist. But I mean, the definition of criterion D is information potential, and its properties may be eligible for the National Register under this criterion if they have yielded through investigation. That I'm inserting my own words, or may be likely to yield. So there's that caveat: information important in prehistory or history. So, yeah, I mean, it is kind of open-ended.
So how this is off top. This is definitely a hypothetical but to the archaeologists on the committee, if an architectural historian, not an archaeologist, was writing the nomination, how comfortable are you with them making their own arguments in the archaeological realm? Because I do think that's the other hesitation. Like you heard Jeff say, it's not my area. Where I think all the architectural historians are really cognizant of, we don't know what's going on underground, and we don't want to pretend we do.
Right, and I think that's where OSA comes in. I think, an OSA, and you guys do the OSA review, and I think that's why it was a little confusing with having the OSA review tacked on at the end that said there seems to be these things, contribute potentially, and but then have them be non-contributing, seem to be contradicting each other in the nomination. So that's and one solution here that I see is potentially just taking the general store off the map, which I know is a little weird, but then it's mentioned in the OSA statement as a potential thing, and then you don't have to say whether or not it's contributing in this black and white way. I don't know.
Yeah, could we do that, Jeff, if we don't have good location information?
I think we could. Yeah, I mean, it's just a statement of archaeological potential. We're not really nailing ourselves to the wall, or I think that, we don't always know, and by we I mean in our staff, we don't always know what sort of mapping and other sources the archaeologists are looking at, and I think a lot of that might be because the mapping can't be or shouldn't be, I guess, for the sake of preventing looting or other, any sorts of other damaging behavior to the site. So, you know, they kind of keep those maps kind of close to the vest, as they say. So an architectural historian might not have access to that same level of documentation or that same type of documentation. So they're somewhat limited, and I guess that's why we look to OSA. But again, if there are contradictions, I think we could certainly craft a statement that somehow indicates, I don't want to say the limitations of the author, but yet further research showed the archaeological potential was present. So but yeah, I mean, I certainly think that we want our mapping to reflect everything to kind of convey the same story.
It's also multiple resources, not an individual site you're dealing with. So I think that helps strengthen making a contributing site within that, the whole nomination. And so I have worked on them for a long time in Old Salem. It's one whole site. So.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just add to Dr. Fitz made many good points, all of which I agree with. If her suggestion about a possible resolution is possible, that seems like a good approach in this case.
Yeah, Jeff, if that's doable, we can, because we have to tweak that map anyway. So
there's a new, new-ish, I guess, archaeologist for the National Register program, who used to work with the NHL program, Mike Roller, and I've had quite a bit of interaction with him because of perhaps nominations you might see their archaeological nature in the near future. And so he's been great to work with, very quick to respond, and has kind of provided me with some very enlightening information about just how an architectural historian can look at what might be perceived as an architectural resource, like a road trace, for example, because I think I've worked in several states where one of them is archaeological and another one looks at it as architectural. And it might depend on, what remains. But anyway, I can talk to Mike and see what he suggests, because we have time to kind of retool that statement.
Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, anyone care to make a motion about the Mendenhall House?
I move to approve staff recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Fitz. Is there a second?
A second.
David Bergstone, thank you. Okay, and
do we need the motion? Do we need the motion to mention that what we're talking about in terms of the language here, the building? Do we need to amend that in any way?
Sarah, I'll defer to you on this one in terms of the procedural aspect of it.
I would say it probably depends on Dr. Fitz's comfort. If you want to put it into the motion that we will review the mapping and the language regarding the general store site, you can certainly put that in, or you can just you can just make your motion and assume we're going to do it. It's really up to you, I think.
I'm fine with yes, making the motion and trusting y'all.
All right.
Thanks for the point of order, Mr. Clark. I appreciate that. And we'll do a roll call vote here. David Bergstone?
Yes.
Josie Ward?
Yes.
Dr. Harper?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson?
Yes.
Noah Reynolds?
Yes.
Dr. Fitz?
Yes.
Fred Belladin?
Yes.
And Newell Clark?
Yes.
All right, that motion has passed. And we can bring Joe Opperman back. And we have one more for the Central and Southern region. That is Jeff Smith.
And let's see if I can get this technology to cooperate.
I'm sorry to miss the best discussion of the day.
Well, thanks for joining us, Joe. It's good to see you.
Yep.
Okay, are y'all seeing full screen the John E. and Ann Ferrier Ramsey Senior House?
We see your notes page, so you need to swap screens.
How about now?
Nope, not yet.
Yeah, that's what I did. And I don't know if it's because
Maybe if you hover over your share, can you share a different screen?
Does that make a difference?
There you go. Perfect.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you all for rolling with us. Okay, so today I'm presenting to you for consideration the John Irwin and Ann Ferrier Ramsey Senior House, which is located in Salisbury. So this is a map of the red star indicates the approximate location of the Ramsey House in Salisbury, which is located in Rowan County in the central Piedmont. And here's a screenshot of HPO Web, the green dot or the green square, green polygon, whatever you want to call it, that indicates the Ramsey House location within Greater Salisbury. So it's kind of just northeast of downtown, sitting right at the Country Club of Salisbury. Nestled on a 1.34 acre wooded corner lot on Pine Tree Road, the award-winning mid-century modern dwelling is integrated into the gentle eastward sloping embankment toward the #1 green of the Country Club of Salisbury's 18-hole Donald Ross designed golf course. So here again are just two maps, both from HPO Web. Tax parcel view. It's got this, and I don't want to spoil the surprise, but this used to be two kind of pie wedge shaped lots that Mr. Ramsey purchased both and made it one large lot, and really cleverly integrated the dwelling into the property. And here's an aerial view, as well as the fairway and greens, and et cetera, of the golf course, hole #1. And here's Mr. Ramsey's original site plan, again with that characteristic kind of arc. There's the house, and then there's Mr. Ramsey himself, a Yale-educated architect, but became contemporaries with many of the architects, professors who taught architecture at NC State. So these are some views of the property, both kind of standing a little bit back from Pine Tree Road, as well as in the driveway itself. This is the looking at the residence, showing the southwest elevation. You can see it's really nicely integrated into the landscape. More or less the same view, just showing the entire east elevation. This structure that if you can see my mouse, I'm circling a circa 1993 pergola, which the current owner had constructed. And this is really, there was only, in addition to the original period of construction, there was only two additional building campaigns, a 1955 sun porch, which was added, and that's circled here on the far right. And then there is a master bedroom addition, which again, they just kind of seamlessly integrated into the original design. Again, you kind of see the pergola, it's a little bit of that structure here. This again, there's the sunroom cantilevered over the brick foundation. Go inside the house, which basically remains unchanged other than some cosmetic changes. Mr. Ramsey, he basically was employed a lot of the kind of hallmarks of mid-century modern residential design, including multi-level, multi-tiered roofs, glass window walls, low-pitched roofs. Sorry, I can't read my own handwriting. Integration of the interior and the exterior. It was the first modernist house built on Pine Tree Road, as well as one of the first modernist houses built in Salisbury.
Absolutely.
So here's an original shot of the dining room with these paneled walls. And then on the left of the slide, in 1993, when the new owner took the possession of the property, did make that change to that one feature wall, but the one wall, the feature wall kind of in the center where the bar pulls down is still remains intact. And then again, this is the sunroom looking both into and out of the space to the outside. So in conclusion, the John E. and Ann Ferrier Ramsey Senior House is significant at the local level, and staff recommends eligible under criterion C as the Ramsey House embodies the distinctive characteristics of a mid-century modernist dwelling constructed during the middle of the 20th century. The period of significance is 1951, which marks the year of completion. And this last slide is the front porch covered in flagstone, and then the front entry with surrounded by the glass window wall. And you see some clerestory windows. So a lot of the same elements that Lowenstein incorporated into his building design. Assistant state archaeologist Michael Henry, forgot his name. Sorry, Mike. Reviewed the nomination as well as supporting documentation. Subsequent to that review, he did not believe the property had the potential for archaeological significance. And then I will finally add that we received letters of support for this nomination from both the local preservation commission as well as the mayor's office. And that is the end. Happy to take any questions.
I have a question, Jeff.
Yes.
Pardon me if I missed it in the application, but do we know whether Ramsey designed the sunroom addition just a few years after it was built?
It's a good question, Josie. I don't know right off the top of my head, but it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't. I mean, they were still living there. So they actually vacated the house when he retired, which I believe that was, I don't want to hazard a guess, but I think the 1993/94 additions were done when Mrs. Hurley took ownership of the property. So
right.
I would think that, yeah, and if that's not made clear in the nomination, I'll go back and make sure that it's specified that he designed it.
And if he did, I mean, it's absolutely up to the preparer, but it seems it might be appropriate to extend the period of significance to include that if it's all part of Ramsey's design. That would be a suggestion.
I thought of including that as a significant date, but I just didn't know if that one addition warranted, I mean, six of one, half dozen of the other, as they say. But
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that it would warrant a return. It just might be something that, would require us what's called a supplementary listing record, which is basically like a technical change that they make to they being the Park Service make to the nomination after it's been submitted for their review. That's a good point.
Any other comments, questions, or discussion?
Well, I think it's a terrific house, and it wins an award when it was first designed, and now it's up for an important historical design. I think it's a great mid-century modernist house. Really is good. I'm all for it.
Noah, yes, please go ahead.
I was wondering if I could get a copy of the slide deck presentation, because those photographs were not in the application materials itself. I like the house and I want to be able to look at it again later.
Just the photographs were not in your copy. Is that what you said?
Online. I mean, when I went, when I was,
yeah, they just get the limited selection of photographs online.
Yeah.
Yes, we can send you that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. It's great photography. I like the house, but I really love looking at the slide deck too. Thanks.
I agree. I just want to make a comment that, Joe, you said it very well. It's a lovely mid-century modern house, a great example. So great property.
Yeah.
If there's no further discussion, would anyone like to make a motion?
Oh, I would like to move. Yes.
No? And is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Josie. And we'll do a roll call vote again. Start with David Bergstone.
Yes.
Joe Opperman.
Yes.
Josie Ward.
Yes.
Dr. Harper.
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Noah Reynolds.
Yes.
Dr. Fitz.
Yes.
Fred Belladin.
Yes.
And Newell Clark.
Aye.
Thank you very much. That motion passes. And just looking at the clock here, it's 12:47. I know I need to take a short break for lunch. I did not bring anything with me. So if it's okay, can we break for 30 minutes? Would that be okay with everyone? Get some thumbs up. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's reconvene at 12:20. I'm sorry, 1:20. Scratch that. 1:20. Correct myself.
Panic.
1:20 p.m.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Folks can turn their cameras back off. We just wanted to see who all was here.
Right. Well, welcome back, everyone. I appreciate you bearing with me and taking the short break for lunch. That was much appreciated. And we will start with 3 properties for the Eastern region with Lauren Poole. Lauren, you're up.
Okay, it is my turn to see if I can share my screen. Alrighty.
We're seeing your, like, yeah, there you go. Perfect.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. All right. You should be seeing the Creef House, is that right? Or the title slide for my Creef House? All good?
Correct, yes.
Awesome. All right. Well, I have 3 nominations for you today, so I'll try and move through them as quickly as possible. The first nomination I have for you is the Herbert A. and Ann Creef Senior House. The Creef House is located in Manio in Dare County. It's located at 301 Budley Street. It's situated in a residential neighborhood about a block from downtown. And y'all might remember this one. It came up last year for study list. The Herbert A. and Ann Creef Senior House is eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion C in the area of architecture as unique, sophisticated, and well-preserved blend of stylistic influences current on the eve of World War II. Excuse me. The period of significance corresponds to the period of construction between 1940 and 1941. And this is a picture of the Creef House circa 1950. Let's see. The house was built in between 1940 and 1941 for Herbert Augustus Creef and his wife Ann Burris Creef. Herbert Creef was an entrepreneur with diversified business interest in northeastern North Carolina and adjacent areas of Virginia, including a boat building and repair business, a Chevrolet dealership, and several movie theaters. Let's see. The Creef House was designed by prominent Norfolk architect Alfred Lublin. Born in Kassel, Germany, Lublin attended the, I'm going to say this in German and it's going to be bad, Technische Hochschule of Berlin, where he was exposed to modernism and other architectural trends current in the 1920s and 30s. His work in the United States suggests he was strongly influenced by the works of Frank Lloyd Wright and Mies van der Rohe, as well as the modern and international styles. Lublin, who was Jewish, fled Germany after Hitler came to power in the 1930s and eventually settled in Norfolk, Virginia. He came to the attention of Herbert Creef in the late 1930s when Creef invested in a Norfolk area theater and commercial development designed by Lublin. Their first collaboration was the Hassel and Creef Motor Company, which you can see in the left-hand photo. That's located at the corner of Budley Street and Highway 64. It was one of the first Art Moderne buildings in Manio. In addition to his private residence, Creef also contracted Lublin to design the Pioneer Theater, which you can see in the right-hand photo, in downtown Manio, and that was recently restored as well. Herbert A. and Ann Creef Senior House is a 2-story concrete block residence. It's clad in a multicolored brick veneer and features multi-light metal casement sashes, with the exception of a glass block window on the 2nd floor. The house originally had a much lower pitched roof, as seen in the earlier historic photos, but the current roof was added about 12 to 15 years ago due to some roof leaks. The carport, which you can see in that bottom left photo, that's attached to the rear garage, was most likely added in the 1950s. The Creef House displays a variety of stylistic influences popular during the period. Excuse me. The house's cubicle form, low-pitched hip roof, and wide overhanging eaves evokes the prairie style, while the simplicity of its form and lack of ornamentation, as well as the industrial appearance of its metal frame windows, are reminiscent of the international style. The distinctive geometric metalwork on the front porch, which you can see in the center and right photos, display Art Deco and Art Nouveau influences. The front and rear entries feature slab doors, which you can see on the left photo there, which are typical of ranch houses and other houses of the period. But these examples feature unique carved diamond detailing. The interior of the house is more conservative than the exterior, with plaster walls, oak floors, crown molding, and mahogany doors and wood trim. Many of the light fixtures are original to the house, and the front hall even retains the original chimes for the doorbell. The front hall also contains the primary stairs with a decorative metal railing. The living room is located through an archway off the front hall. The light fixtures, floors, molding, and craftsman-style fireplace are all original. The door on the far wall leads to a side porch, which is currently undergoing renovations or restorations. Jalousie windows were added in the 1960s and 70s, but have since been removed. The first floor also contains a bedroom and bathroom with original fixtures and tile. back entrance and stairwell are accessible from the kitchen, which also leads to an attached two-car garage. The garage has a bathroom and laundry area for the Grief's live-in maid. On the second floor, there are 5 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. This is the second floor landing, which is accessible from the front stairs. You can see that glass block window in the center photo. The bedrooms are all simply finished with plaster walls and wood moldings, and the bedroom over the kitchen, which you can see in that top right photo, was occupied by the live-in maid. It contains a laundry chute and has direct access to the back stair. And you can see the laundry chute on that kind of right wall in that photo. There's also a bathroom on the second floor, which features the original pink toilet, sink, and tub to match the pink tile wainscoting. In summary, the Herbert A. and Ann Creef Senior House is eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a unique, sophisticated, and well-preserved blend of stylistic influences current on the eve of World War II. The period of significance extends from 1940 to 1941, and the National Register boundary, which you can see in this sketch map, includes the entire 5.2-acre parcel. It includes all of the land and resources historically associated with the house. The nomination was sent to Will Nassif with OSA for review. He noted that there are no archaeological sites reported on the property or within the vicinity, and that due to several exterior landscape alterations in recent years, as well as the residence being continuously occupied since its construction, it is unlikely that archaeological deposits related to early history or the period of significance for the house remain intact. As a result, he did not recommend a statement of archaeological potential for the property. So that is the Creef House. Are there any immediate questions? Okay. If there's no immediate questions, I'll just continue on to the F.D. Wharton House, if that makes sense.
Yes, please. That sounds great.
Okay. So next I have the F.D. Wharton House, also known as the Annie B. and F.D. Wharton House. The F.D. Wharton House is located in Tarboro and Edgecombe County. As you can see, it's located within the boundaries of the Tarboro Historic District, but it is not addressed in the nomination. The district's period of significance extends through the 1930s, but the Wharton House dates to 1954, so it would be a non-contributing resource. The Creef House is located on East St. James Street in a residential area on the southeast side of town. The F.D. Wharton House is eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion B at the local level of significance in the areas of agriculture, government, and social history for its association with Fletcher Decatur Wharton. Wharton built a wide-ranging career as an African-American agricultural extension agent in Edgecombe County from 1935 to 1951. He worked diligently to improve conditions for Black sharecroppers and tenant farmers at a time when they supplied much of the farm labor in Edgecombe County, and their opportunities were limited by prejudice and Jim Crow laws. The period of significance extends from 1954 to 1975, reflecting Wharton's period of occupation. And I believe in the copy of the nomination y'all received, it said 1935. That was an error that has since been corrected. Although Wharton's professional accomplishments were completed before the house was constructed in 1954, it is the only remaining building associated with his cumulative contributions. Other known dwellings that he and his family previously occupied in North Carolina and the building where his office was located have since been demolished. Decatur Wharton was born in 1889 near Reedsville in Rockingham County. In the early 1900s, Wharton's mother, Mary Lee Wharton, was offered a job at Oak Ridge Institute, now the Oak Ridge Military Academy, which afforded Fletcher the opportunity to attend classes at the school. After Wharton graduated, Thomas E. Whitaker, the president of Oak Ridge Institute, arranged for him to study agriculture at the Agricultural and Mechanical College, now the Agricultural Technical University, or A&T University, in Greensboro. In 1915, Wharton married Annie Melissa Harris, and the couple later had 3 children, Annie Mae, Ferdinand Decatur, and Juanita Novella. Over the next several years, Wharton held teaching and agriculture-related positions in North Carolina, West Virginia, Arkansas, Kentucky, and Oklahoma. In 1930, the Whartons returned to North Carolina, and F.D. Wharton took a position at the Brick Junior College in Edgecombe County. And this is a picture of Mr. Wharton and his wife, Annie, on one of their anniversaries. It was taken inside of the house. In 1935, Wharton accepted a position with the North Carolina Agricultural Extension Service in Edgecombe County. and became Edgecombe County's Negro agricultural agent. When Wharton began his job, there were 2,282 farms in Edgecombe County. Almost 80% of the county's farmers were either tenant farmers or sharecroppers, and the majority were Black. Most of them still plowed behind a mule and harvested crops by hand. White landlords and merchants were the only sources of capital, and Black farmers paid exorbitant interest rates to buy household goods and agricultural supplies. Trying to stay ahead, sharecroppers and tenant farmers planted commodity crops year after year that depleted nutrients from the soil and moved from farm to farm in search of better conditions. Throughout his career, Wharton worked tirelessly to better living and working conditions for Edgecombe County's Black farmers. In his 1936 report, Wharton described 10 goals for improving the lives of the county's Black sharecroppers and tenant farmers. He sought to promote self-sufficiency by encouraging them to raise fruits and vegetables and livestock for home consumption, a practice previously discouraged by some white landlords. He emphasized restoring the fertility of depleted soils, making home improvements for better health and sanitation, and setting aside time for recreation and entertainment. He also intended to bring greater awareness to extension services programs, activities, and achievements by advertising them in local newspapers and on the radio. To accomplish his goals, Wharton traveled over 11,000 miles to make 699 farm visits in 1936. He hosted 450 office calls, held 94 Age Club meetings, gave numerous leadership training sessions, and conducted demonstrations about advancements in agricultural technologies and techniques. And this is a page from his 1936 report, as well as some photographs that he included. In 1939, Wharton turned his focus to the living conditions of Edgecombe County's farmers. In the course of his work, he found that many sharecroppers and tenant farmers lived in dilapidated houses, and few had proper outhouse facilities. In an effort to better these conditions, he promoted home improvements and sanitation initiatives to both Black farmers and their landlords. He stressed to white landlords that, quote, better housed and fed tenants would be healthier, more satisfied, and happier, end quote, and that they in turn would benefit from reduced tenancy turnover and increased productivity. He persuaded Black tenants and sharecroppers to clean their yards and plant grass, flowers, and shrubbery where possible. In his 1939 report, Wharton noted that most landlords initially, quote, felt it would be a waste of time to try to keep tenant houses repaired, end quote. However, when they observed the occupants improving their own surroundings, landlords responded by repairing, repainting, remodeling, or electrifying their tenant housing, and by providing new outhouses. A few tenant houses were even supplied with running water and sewer connections. And this is an example of some of the tenant housing that he documented in his reports. During World War II, Wharton was one of 2 African Americans in Edgecombe County appointed to chair civil defense committees. In this capacity, he helped to establish collective collection stations for salvage materials, assisted in starting a nursing course for rural residents, and promoted the planting of victory gardens. In 1943, Wharton helped to establish curb markets in Tarboro and Rocky Mount to help Black farm families sell surplus fruits and vegetables. The curb markets were incredibly successful, generating thousands of dollars for Black farmers and earning Wharton recognition from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. From the opening of the markets in 1943 through November 1950, sellers at the markets netted over $72,000. And this is a picture of the Tarboro curb market, which was constructed entirely by the Black farmers, and this is from his 43 report. Wharton's efforts to improve the lives of Edgecombe County's Black residents extended beyond his work with the Agricultural Extension Service. He was instrumental in organizing the Tarboro Civic Forum to give Black townspeople a voice in local government affairs. He and other forum members met with public officials, church leaders, and concerned citizens to address a myriad of issues, including the establishment of a Black municipal cemetery, better sanitation services and streetlights, police protection, and flood preparation in Black neighborhoods. In 1944, he co-founded the Edgecombe Farmers Cooperative Credit Union to provide financing to Black residents at affordable rates. Membership increased after World War II, and the credit union soon offered loans at 4% and 6% interest instead of the usual 10% charged to Black applicants. The bank later became the Edgecombe Credit Union and retained a largely Black membership until it closed in 1982. And this is a picture of the credit union board of directors from 1955, and Mr. Wharton is on the front row, and he is the second one from the right. Wharton was plagued by failing eyesight for many years. In 1949, he was diagnosed with glaucoma and informed that he would eventually become blind. Despite the prognosis, Wharton returned to work knowing that his time was limited. In 1949, he conducted thousands of farm visits and home visits, office calls, and telephone conferences. He wrote 28 news articles, appeared on 3 radio shows, distributed over 2,000 extension bulletins, and gave 90 demonstrations. In his final report in 1950, Wharton concluded that, in spite of all the extension work completed that year, still, quote, more and better could be done, end quote. Extension workers, he stated, quote, can never sit down and feel that anything has been so well done that it will never need improving. Wharton received a Distinguished Service Award at the annual conference for the North Carolina Negro Extension Agents Association in December 1955. He retired a few months later in June 1951. Including his earlier work in Vance, Warren, and Granville counties, Wharton had worked diligently for the North Carolina Agricultural Extension Agency for 20 years. After he retired, Wharton remained active in the community. He continued his work with the Tarboro Civic Forum and volunteered for other community projects as his eyesight permitted. In 1954, he devoted much of his time to planning and supervising the construction of his new home at 521 East St. James Street, which you can see here. By the early 1960s, Wharton could no longer see to read, and he walked in familiar places with a cane. In 1975, Fletcher and Annie Wharton moved to Pennock Village, an Episcopal retirement community in Southern Pines, where they remained until F.D. Wharton passed away in 1977, and Annie Wharton followed him in December 1981. In 2018, Pennock Village paid homage to F.D. and Annie Wharton by erecting and naming a new residence building in their honor. Now I'm going to take you on a quick tour of the house. This is the exterior of the Wharton house. It's a 1 1/2 story side gable masonry residence clad in a brick veneer and sheltered by an asphalt shingle roof. The windows retain the original multi-light metal casement sashes, and there are gable roof and shed roof dormers, as well as a prominent brick chimney. The dormers are clad in vinyl siding, but otherwise the house retains a high degree of historic fabric. The interior of the house also retains original features and materials, including arched openings and a large Federal Bible style fireplace in the living room, which you can see here. The kitchen retains original cabinetry as well as wood floors, and the original matching bathroom tiles and fixtures are still present in one of the bathrooms. In summary, the F.D. Wharton House is eligible for listing in the National Register under Criterion B in the areas of architecture, government, and social history for its association with F.D. Wharton, who built a wide-ranging career as an African-American agricultural extension agent in Edgecombe County from 1935 to 1951. The period of significance extends from 1954, when the house was constructed, to 1975, when the Whartons moved to Southern Pines. Although Wharton's professional accomplishments were completed before the house was constructed in 54, the residence at 521 East James Street is the only extant building in North Carolina known to be associated with his life and work. The National Register boundary, as you can see in this map, encompasses the entire 4.4027 acre parcel associated with the F.D. Wharton House, and the boundary includes all the land that was historically associated with the residence. The nomination was also sent to David Cranford with OSA for his review. He noted that no archaeological sites have been recorded at this location, and given its age and location, he expected there to be few intact archaeological resources associated with the property, and therefore did not recommend a statement of archaeological potential for this property. So that is the F.D. Wharton House. If there are no burning questions before I move on, I'll just go on to the Sunset Avenue Public Works Historic District. Okay. So the last one for the east is the Sunset Avenue Public Works Historic District. Again, y'all might remember this one because it came up last year for study list. The district is located in western Rocky Mount in Nash County. The Sunset Avenue Public Works Historic District is located along Sunset Avenue on the southeast side of the Tar River. It encompasses a roughly 32.23 acre industrial, commercial, and recreational area. The district is eligible at the local level under Criterion A in the areas of community planning and development, as it illustrates the city's industrial and residential growth from the early to the last quarter of the 20th century. It's also eligible in the area of engineering, as the district reflects the advancements in technology and engineering related to power generation and water treatment during the early to mid 20th century. The district consists of 3 primary resources, 2 buildings and 1 site: the Rocky Mount Power Plant, the Sunset Avenue Water Treatment Plant, and City Lake. It contains 5 contributing secondary resources, 8 non-contributing secondary resources, and 1 non-contributing secondary structure. The period of significance for the district extends from 1909 to 1971, beginning with the construction of the oldest extant structure, Clearwell Number 2, and ending with the Sunset Avenue Water Treatment Plant's conversion to a backup water treatment facility for the city. This is the National Register boundary map from the nomination. It shows the National Register boundary as well as all of the associated resources within the district. Prior to the turn of the 20th century, Rocky Mount did not have a municipally owned water and power plant. Water service was the first public utility established in 1900, followed by electric lights in 1901. In 1907, the town board commissioners decided to construct a new water and treatment plant on a site on the Stony Creek Road, on now Sunset Avenue, along the Tar River to increase the town's electric and water supply capacity. The first municipal waterworks and power plant were completed in 1909, which you can see on the Sanborn map here. In the 1920s, power consumption increased due to the advent of new technologies and the extension of the city's electric service to surrounding communities. In 1924, a new section of the power plant was constructed between the Tar River and the 1909 electric power and water station to meet growing demand for electricity. And in this photo, you can see the 1909 section kind of to the front and the taller 1924 section to the back. In 1936, the city once again made plans to increase the power plant's capacity. Improvements were completed along the rear of the building in 1938, along with alterations to the turbine room and screen house. By 1942, the original 1909 electric power and water station, which stood south of the 1924 plant, was demolished. Between 46 and 49, the western section of the power plant was expanded and raised to 5 stories to accommodate a new boiler. And this photo shows the 1946 section to the right and the 1924 section to the left. And then the map that you see here on the right-hand side shows the evolution of the power plant over time. Power plant near capacity again in the mid-1950s, and in 63, the city closed the power plant. The plant remained vacant until it was sold to a private developer in 1985 and renovated into office spaces and a restaurant. And this is these photos are from our survey file, and they were taken in 1975 before the renovations. And this is what the power plant looks like today. By the 1920s, Rocky Mount City Council began considering replacing the 1909 water plant with a new water treatment facility to meet increasing water demands. However, the onset of the Great Depression delayed the project. When the Public Works Administration was established in 1933 as part of Roosevelt's New Deal, the city applied for a PWA grant for the construction of a new water treatment facility. The city chose a site across Sunset Avenue, east of the existing water and electric plant, and contracted with William C. Olson, who designed the 1924 section of the power plant, to design the facility. Construction of the water treatment plant began in 1934 and was completed the following year. And these photos are from 1940, showing the exterior and the interior of the water treatment plant. Water treatment plant was renovated in 1941, which expanded the filter room and subsistence basins on the east side of the building. And then again in 51 with the addition of another filter room and more subsistence basins on the north side of the 41 addition to accommodate 6 new filters. And this map shows, again, that evolution over time, where you have the original section, the 41 edition, the 56 edition, as well as the 1994 edition. In 1968, a water shortage led the city and utility officials to approve the construction of the Tar River Reservoir and the Tar River Reservoir Water Treatment Plant, approximately 5 miles southwest of the existing Sunset Avenue water treatment plant. After the Tar River plant was completed in 1947, the Sunset plant became a backup water treatment facility. In 94, the water treatment plant was renovated, and the improvements included a new roof, new windows, new equipment, and filters, and renovations to the offices and laboratories. A settling basin and an array of storage buildings were constructed to the rear of the building. Today, the water treatment plant, which continues to operate during the summer, remains a municipal water treatment facility. And these are some photos showing the facade and side elevations of the building, and then a picture of the rear as well as some of the subsistence basins. These photos show some of the secondary resources associated with the water treatment plant, including the track vac building and basin, chlorine building, sludge tanks, and bulk chemical building, all of which are non-contributing due to age. You can see those in the top left photo. There's also a maintenance and training shop, and in the upper right photo, and in the lower left is the non-contributing spray park building, and all of those buildings are non-contributing due to their age. The lower left photo shows the 2 clear water reservoirs, Clearwell 1 and 2, on the west side of Sunset Avenue near the power plant, both of which are contributing resources. The larger well, kind of towards the top, dates to 1922, that's Clearwell 1, and the smaller well towards the bottom of the picture is Clearwell 2, which dates to 1909. The final resource in the district is City Lake, which occupies roughly 10.5 acres in Rocky Mount City Lake Park. In 1935, Public Works Administration workers excavated City Lake, which was then known as Municipal Lake or Sunset Lake. The construction of City Lake served two purposes for the city: to provide work for unemployed people and to provide the city with an emergency reservoir. Over the next several decades, City Lake remained a site for recreational and community events, and the lake's two small islands, gazebo, water fountain, piers, and pedestrian walkway were added in 1991 and 1992 as part of the city's beautification project. To summarize, Sunset Avenue Public Works Historic District is eligible under Criterion A in the areas of community planning and development and engineering. The district represents the city's industrial and residential growth from the early through the mid-20th century, as well as the advancements in power generation and water treatment technologies during the period. The period of significance for the district begins in 1909 with the construction of Clearwell 2 and ends in 1971 when the Sunset Avenue Water Treatment Plant was converted to a backup water treatment facility. The National Register boundary encompasses the tax parcels associated with the power plant, water treatment plant, City Lake, as well as a portion of the second parcel associated with the water treatment plant along the Tar River. The boundary captures the intact buildings, structures, and sites historically associated with public utilities and public works during the period of significance, including 8 contributing buildings and 9 non-contributing resources. And we did send this one to OSA, to David Cranford with OSA, again for a review, and he once again did not recommend a statement of archaeological potential. That is everything I have for you, and I will stop sharing my screen.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Are there any questions, comments, discussion about any of the 3 properties, comments? I'll start with one. I'd like to make a comment on the, excuse me, on the Wharton House. I'm really glad to see a property nominated under B at the local level of significance. I recognize that it wasn't, that they didn't live in this property during the period that was really important, but I just I'm happy to see that nomination. So that's my only comment on that one.
I just had a quick comment on that one also. When she was reading, I was immediately thought about Carl DuBose Hodges Sr., who was the first in 1971. He became the first Black extension director from Durham County, North Carolina, but also the first one in the United States. So this is exceptionally significant, you know, and the influence that he was able to leverage from that particular position to assist the people in that community. So I'm happy to see this.
He has a really great history, and his what I read in the presentation is only a little bit of what he was able to accomplish during his career. And if you ever have time on your hands and want to read some agricultural extension reports, they are very well written. He's incredibly quotable, and you could just see from his reports how passionate he was about his job and the connection that he had with residents in that area. He has lots more photographs in those reports as well of the people involved in all of this, and of the tenant farmers. And I also want to thank the family. They've been very helpful in providing me with photos and information about Mr. Wharton. And I believe they are watching on the live stream today, so I'm very glad they could join us.
And I'd like to say thank you so much to Lauren for pulling all of these properties. All of y'all are doing a great job. But the thing I want to say about the F.D. Wharton House is that even though this period of significance that they earned and had their income and all of their activity before the house, it indicates how and we don't have a lot of those instances of what happens with Black wealth, or how the Black middle class and upper middle class would demonstrate what they were doing from a lifetime of work. And so I think it's important in that regard that not only it reflects back on a lifetime of work, but it also shows what we do as a middle and upper middle class community. And those resources are few and far between in terms of our registry information. I mean, I know Sarah's working and the folk have been working in Greensboro, which is again another instance of all of that. But this in particular, with the time that he and his wife lived, and it also talks about the couple, the family, and demonstrates how it is that we support our communities, our Black communities. So thank you.
Lauren, I do have a question about the Sunset Avenue Public Works. Did we see this previously on the study list a year or two ago?
It was.
Yeah, it was last year, I believe. It came forward initially just as the power plant, and then because of integrity issues was passed on for that. But then they came back with a district approach, and that was approved for the study list last year.
Okay. And my question really is on the integrity side. That's what I wanted to get to. I recall you talking then about some of the integrity issues with the interior of the waterworks itself. Any concerns when this goes to the Park Service, or if it goes to the Park Service, about that being a barrier? Or have you talked with the Park Service reviewers about this?
Because we're looking at this on a district level rather than an individual building basis, we're primarily looking at the exterior of the buildings. The power plant has replacement windows. There have been some changes to the exterior, most of which are safety related. So I think there's a stairwell, an external stairwell on the side of the building. Maybe a few changes to the facade, but mostly it's the windows on the exterior of the building. And then for the water treatment plant, again, new roof, there was a 94 addition to it and new windows. But most of those changes did happen on the interior. City Lake hasn't really changed that much except for a few little landscape features here and there over time. So even though they do have some integrity issues, as a whole, they still retain sufficient integrity and enough of those features to really communicate their association with each other, but also with the public works that was developed in that area during the time period. So that is addressed in the nomination, the integrity concerns, but ultimately we still felt that it had enough integrity to move forward for National Register because we're only looking at the exteriors of the building.
That's great. Thank you. There's no other questions or discussion. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I move that we accept the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
I got Joe Opperman, I believe. There may have been others, but all right. We'll do a roll call vote again, and I'll begin with David Bergstone.
Yes.
Joe Opperman.
Yes.
Josie Ward.
Yes.
Dr. Harper.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson.
Aye.
Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Dr. Fitz.
Aye.
It is Mr. Clark, are you there? All right, he may not be, but Noah Reynolds.
Yes.
All right, that motion has passed, which means we are through the nomination part of the agenda for today. So thank you, everyone. That's great. We're doing fairly well on time. Sarah, a question for you in terms of the procedure here. How do you want to proceed with the study list?
Excuse me. The agenda has the Clay County presentation coming up, which is a countywide presentation, not nearly as lengthy as the ones you've seen most recently. And that's, I would go ahead and jump in with that. I don't know if anybody needs a stretch break or anything. Beth, about how long is this?
We think 45 minutes.
Okay.
I suggest we keep going if that's okay. We just reconvened short time ago. So Beth, please proceed. Thank you.
Oh, sure. So I'm Beth King, the Architectural Survey Coordinator, and I'm about to turn things over to Audrey Thomas at her computer. So Audrey, if you want to go ahead and get your PowerPoint started while I'm talking. I just have a few quick remarks about this project, and that is to say that this is the comprehensive survey of Clay County in far southwestern North Carolina. And this is a project that we were able to do in-house with our own staff. You've seen presentations from Audrey in the past few years from survey work that she did first in Taylorsville and then in Valdez, and you've seen nominations that came out of that survey work as well since then. So you should be familiar with Audrey, one of our survey specialists. And then her partner in survey is Dr. Michael Ann Williams, who you can see sort of sitting to the slightly behind Audrey on the screen. And some of you may know Dr. Williams. For those of you who don't, she has a lot of experience in countywide survey in Western North Carolina, reconnaissance surveys in Graham and Swain, and comprehensive surveys in Cherokee and Henderson counties, I believe is correct. So really, they made such a great team. We're really glad that we could bring Dr. Williams on as a temporary employee. She's been with us in that capacity since late 2023. Audrey's with us on a full-time, time-limited basis. And they made an excellent pairing for their field work in Clay County and all of the research and work that went into it. I believe this is the first time we've been able to do a countywide survey in-house since 2011. That was the Beaufort County survey. So we don't get to do this very often, but this was just such a great opportunity to survey our least surveyed county at the time that they started the project. And with that, I'll let Audrey and Michael Ann take over.
All right, is that showing up?
We are seeing that you got it now. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, so as Beth said, today we are going to be presenting our study list candidates for our recent comprehensive survey of Clay County. So Clay County is located in far western North Carolina on the border with Georgia. Before the creation of the county, the land was occupied by the Cherokee. White settlers began moving into the area in the 1830s, and in 1837, the U.S. military established Fort Hembry as a collection point for Cherokee people during Cherokee removal in the area. While Clay County has citizens of Cherokee descent, unlike its neighboring counties, Cherokee communities did not reform after the removal in the area that became Clay. Clay County was formed in 1861, and a small community located roughly a mile from Fort Hembry was chosen as the county seat and named Hayesville. Clay County's economy has been dominated by agriculture. Throughout the 20th century, many farmers moved from primarily subsistence-based farming into a more cash-driven economy, with burley tobacco, cattle, dairy, and poultry being the primary cash-producing products. There were minimal industrial endeavors. Most notable was the lumber industry. However, there was also some mining, as well as several dress plants and a lace factory. A major change came to Clay County in 1941 to 42 with the Tennessee Valley Authority's construction of the Chautauqua Dam and Lake on the Hiwassee River. The county felt a significant loss of prime river valley land, as well as roads, schools, churches, and farms, and 278 families had to relocate. The TVA employed 2,200 workers in the county, and locals rented out rooms to dam workers. The project brought an influx of workers and cash into the county, but these employment opportunities were brief. After the dam's construction, the newly created Chautauqua Lake attracted a new wave of part-time residents seeking cool summers and scenic beauty. Today, Clay County is the smallest county in the state by total area, and Hayesville is its only incorporated town. The U.S. Forest Service manages about 60% of the county's land, including over 65,000 acres in the Nantahala National Forest. Prior to this comprehensive survey, Clay County had minimal documentation of its historic resources, with only 90 resources surveyed. In the 1970s, several notable properties, including the courthouse and jail, were documented. And in 1978, Margaret Owen and Roger Manley surveyed about 14 more properties during the Far West Regional Survey, a 10-county reconnaissance. Since then, about 65 properties have been picked up in environmental review projects, and a few others through various other methods, such as an owner-initiated study list application. As you can see on this map, most properties surveyed have been situated along the major roadways, notably along US Highway 64 in the western end of the county. 4 properties in Clay County have been listed in the National Register. The first, listed in 1975, was the Clay County Courthouse. The building has stood as a prominent landmark at the center of Hayesville since 1888 and is one of only 2 extant courthouses west of Asheville to predate 1900. It was listed due to its significance in architecture and politics and government. The John C. Moore House was study listed after the 1978 survey and NR listed in 1983. John C. Moore was one of the first white settlers in Clay County, and this circa 1838 house was one of few extant, relatively unaltered mid-19th century houses that was associated with the settlement of the North Carolina mountains. When the house was listed, it was a weatherboarded story and loft log structure. In the 1990s, a portion of the building was relocated about 2 miles south to a collection of other relocated log buildings, and a portion of the house was demolished. When a portion of the house was relocated, the John C. Moore House lost its National Register status. Spikebuck Town, which includes a mound and Cherokee Village site, was listed in 1982 for its archaeological significance. Excavations in the 1960s and 70s discovered burials, trade goods, and other cultural material, including domestic structures and features. According to the nomination, Spikebuck Town offered an unusually complete reconstruction of village settlement and development. The major occupation period appears to be from the late 17th century through the 1830s. In 2017, the Tennessee Valley Authority nominated the Chattooga Hydroelectric Project, which was built in the early 1940s by the TVA, as one of 3 dams on the Hiwassee River. The nomination includes the 1942 dam and spillway, a 1954 powerhouse, and recreation areas, among other resources. The project provided flood storage and flow regulation, and after the addition of a generator, it also provided hydroelectricity. It was listed under Criterion A, both for engineering and recreation. There's currently only one resource on the study list, which resulted from an owner application in 1999. This is the SD Mole Farm, which is located in a secluded section of Tusquity Valley next to the Nantahala National Forest. It features a circa 1875 log house, a 1924 log barn and log corn crib, a 1930s log smokehouse, and several other frame outbuildings from the 1930s to the 1950s. The property is an unusually intact farm, showcasing the continuation of small-scale farming, utilizing traditional forms of architecture throughout the 20th century. It has received little change since its study listing in 1999. And so next, I'll pass it to Michael Ann to talk about the houses.
The first house we'll consider is the Captain Bill P. Moore house. Captain Moore was the nephew of John C. Moore, who owned the log house that had been listed on the National Register, and he was a captain in the Confederate Army during the Civil War. The inscription of the date 1887 on one of the 2 gable end stone chimneys provides a likely construction date for this house. The house represents the architecture of the late 19th century, as seen in the typical sawn work on the porch. The house retains its weatherboard siding, stone chimneys, and a prominent porch. The house is believed to have been built by carpenter Jim Dodd, and the chimneys were built by Jim Neal. The rear L of the house was demolished in 1997, and a substantially new addition was added. Here are some photos of the first floor interior. As you can see, it retains original wood flooring, flushboard walls and ceiling, as well as decorative window casings. The only interior wall change has been an entry where a wall was bumped out to accommodate a bathroom, and that's right next to the stairs there. The second floor provides a good visibility of the ceiling. Ceilings on the second and first floor retain hardware that you can see on the far right, which may have been used to hang quilting frames. Here, some of the changes of the house are evident. The mantels were altered in the 1940s. Windows were replaced with vinyl, though the historic 6x6 pattern has remained consistent, and carpet was added to one room upstairs. This is an interior photo of the new rear addition. The 2-story single pile I house was a popular form in North Carolina throughout the 19th century. Some of the more prominent early white settlers in Clay County area, most of them enslavers, built houses of this form prior to the Civil War. Known examples are the Joshua Harshaw House, which was demolished in the 1930s, the Harvey Monroe Penland House, which was substantially altered in the early 20th century, and the Howell Moss House that's now in ruins. As noted in the regional guidebook, the introduction and improvement of railroads and roadways, as well as more cash with the increase of agricultural productivity in the second half of the 19th century, further transformed residential architecture in this region. Increasingly popular from the 1880s were 2-story houses with rear kitchen L that deployed stylish decorative details like ornate porches with the air of new available sawn and turned millwork. However, while Clay County experienced growing political and economic stability by the 1880s, the county remained cut off from rail links and other transportation improvements, and possibly limited the number of I-houses constructed in the county during this era. Many of the rural residents opted for a slightly smaller story-and-a-half dwelling. However, the Captain Moore House displays familiarity with this popular architectural form in the county. Here we've included comparison properties from southwestern North Carolina constructed during the same time as Captain Bill Moore House. They show similar I-house form and very similar prominent front porches. That single bay two-story porch was very common in this era. In Clay County, the Captain Moore House is the best example of this type. To provide context for the architectural significance of the Captain Moore House locally, we've included some photographs of other substantial two-story dwellings that surveyed in Clay County. The two on the left are from the mid-19th century. The upper one has now been demolished. Below, which is the Moss House, still stands. The chimneys are gone and it's in derelict condition. On the right-hand side are ones from the late 19th century. The upper one is also in derelict condition, and the lower one is the Tiger House that you'll hear a little more about later. Despite some integrity issues, such as the large rear addition and the vinyl windows, the house is the most substantial and best preserved I-house in Clay County, encountered during the recent survey. It may be eligible under criterion C for architecture. Our second house is Bidstrup Acres, which was designed by Asheville architect Henry Irvin Gaines, a founding member of Six Associates, and it is one of the only architect designed houses in rural Clay County. Gaines is primarily known for his design of the Art Deco Woolworth building in Asheville and the modern Coca-Cola building, though he also did do residential buildings. This house was built for Marguerite Butler, a co-founder of the nearby John C. Campbell Folk School, which was founded in 1925, and George Bidstrup, who was hired by the Folk School in 1926. He came from Denmark to run the model farm program. And he later became the school's director in the 1950s. The two married in 1936, and they had this house built in the mid-1940s. Here you can see the location of Bidstrup Acres in relationship to the Folk School, which sits just over the border in Cherokee County. The property sits along the old Highway 64 south of Brasstown. It's set back from the road. In fact, it's almost impossible to see from the road, reached by a curving drive. The property also includes several outbuildings. The circa 1947 rustic house is the best example of the aesthetic cultivated by the Folk School in architecture in Clay County. The house's exterior features hickory siding and stonework. This is the back of the house. And around to the front. The interior directly reflects the craftsmanship of the Folk School with its hand-planed wood and hand-wrought iron produced at the school, as seen here in the front entry, the living room, and the kitchen. These are pictures of the second floor. The only real change to the house is the renovation of the basement level to include a small apartment. Despite this, the house retains remarkable exterior and interior integrity. Some of the outbuildings and landscape features include a garage and a modern open patio overlooking the Brasstown Creek. This is the wood turning shop and office that was added by Danish woodcarver Lissy Olin after she inherited the property from the Bidstrups in the 1975. She also added a large shed and garage. Closer to the main road, the property features a bridge over Brasstown Creek. A barn partially built into a bank and another outbuilding, as well as stone walls from the property. Bid strip acres may be eligible under criterion C for architecture. Next, we'll look at some farm complexes. First is the Davidson Hyatt Farm, which sits on the old Highway 64 West near Brasstown. Now called Seven Meadows Farm, the Hyatt family farm complex is about 650 acres. The farm has been in the same family for over 140 years, dating back to the 1870s. While the farm began primarily subsistence-based, in the 1950s and 60s, the farm produced grade A milk from a herd of about 12 cows. In subsequent years, Bass Hyatt Jr. has focused on grass-fed Angus cattle operation. The main complex can be seen here. Once part of the extensive land holdings of Joshua Harshaw, one of the largest landholders and slaveholders of the region, Colonel Hugh Harvey Davidson purchased 300 acres in 1877. Davidson used an extant log structure on the property as a kitchen and built a one-story frame house seen here. And it was originally had a center passage and chimneys on either end. After Davidson died in 1890, Viola Davidson Hyatt and Abel Hyatt bought out the other heirs. Around 1920, their son, Bass Hyatt, built a substantial addition, a two-story frame side gable house, which retained the older house as a rear L. The newer structure evokes 19th century I house, although other elements are more typical of the 1920s, such as the stonework on the porch and the bracketed eaves. It also features an unusual enclosed sleeping porch on the second floor of the front gable porch. Here's the other side of the house with the gable end brick chimney. You can kind of see its profile looking like an I house. The stone smoke house at the top was built in the 1950s using stones from one of the fallen chimneys from the original portion of the house. The property also features a native stone-clad milking parlor pictured at the bottom, also from the 1950s. The property also includes a handful of concrete block and frame structures for raising and feeding cattle, as seen here. Much like several other farmers in this area made the transition primarily from dairy to cattle. And here. Lastly, the property contains a concrete bridge over the Brasstown Creek, built in the 1920s by Bass Hyatt Sr. The Davidson Hyatt house may be eligible under criterion A for agriculture. The next property is the Luther Mall Farm, located in the upper Tusquity, backing up on the Nantahala National Forest. The property is an excellent example of a mountain farm complex. The Mull family raised sheep and cattle, which were once allowed to free range in the mountains. Luther Mull was the father of Samuel Dewey Mull, and on this aerial, you can see the Luther Mull farms in relationship to the study-listed SD Mull farm. These two properties showcase the two most intact late 19th century log dwellings in the county. This aerial shows you the layout of the farm complex. We'll start with photos of the four-crib log barn and work north to Luther Mull's house and then to his son Paul's 1938 frame house. First is this V-notch four-crib barn, which may be the oldest structure on the complex. It was possibly built, and this is according to Luther Mull's grandson, by Luther Mull's uncle, Monroe Mull. This photo looks north towards the rest of the complex with the garden here in the front. This is a V-notched log corn crib. And this is the single pen, half dovetail log house built by Luther Mull around 1895. It's a story and a half with the upstairs accessed by a boxed-in staircase. The Mulls raised 9 children in this house, with the boys sleeping upstairs. Here's the front of the house and the stone chimney. The original kitchen was a separate structure. Part of the chimney still remains, Later, another kitchen was built by enclosing part of the rear porch. There's some other details of the house. Much of the wood is chestnut and the structure is built on stone piers. This is a framed tool shed. On the right, you can see the remnants of the original kitchen chimney that sits back behind the house. Here are a few other frame outbuildings, as well as a concrete block building, and above the garage is a smokehouse. In 1938, Luther Mull's son Paul built this frame house. The house has log piers and a stone foundation, as well as additions on the side and rear. The Luther Mull farm may be eligible under Criterion A for agriculture, as an example of a farm complex unchanged by large-scale agriculture. Next is the Groves Farm. In contrast to the Mull properties, the Grove Farm exemplifies the transition from subsistence farming to large-scale agriculture through 4 generations. Groves Farm is located a few miles south of Hayesville, off Highway 69, leading into Georgia in the Myers Chapel community. Here you can see the general layout of the farm complex. We'll start at the house, move to the dairy buildings, and then on to the cattle barn and chicken houses. This is looking at the complex from the main road. This is the house associated with the complex and is the oldest surviving structure. It was constructed in the late 19th century and is a 1.5-story saddleback plan, now covered in asphalt siding. The hip roof front porch, a later addition, is now screened. The house was built by Charles Nelson Groves and his wife, Ollie. Their son, Frank, and his wife, Virgie, moved to Colorado after the First World War, returning in 1926 with their son, Jack. During the Depression, the farm was subsistence-based, and Virgie sold turkeys as one of the only sources of cash income. After studying agriculture at Berry College and graduating in 1947, Jack Groves worked with his father to expand the dairy business. This is the oldest dairy barn on the property. It has a transverse crib plan and a stone foundation, and is now used to stable horses. This is the milking parlor that was later added, which was described as, quote, like a modern factory on the inside. The upper level held the feed, which used gravity to flow into the feeders of the parlor below. The Grove sold milk to the Mountain Valley Creamery and later Cobble Dairy. There's another dairy building used for storing and processing milk. Jack Groves expanded the farm into poultry and cattle operations as well. These structures represent the extensive poultry operation. The farm also included various other outbuildings, including corn and grain storage buildings and the small tobacco curing barn on the right. The newest buildings on the farm represent the expansion into beef cattle production as the dairy business began to decline. There's another large barn from the mid to late 20th century. This is a view of the property looking north towards the main road. The cattle barn and chicken house would be to the left, the tobacco curing barn to the right. A portion of the Groves farm acreage is now owned by Keith and Karen Holcomb, who raise Angus cattle and run the Groves Farm Market nearby. In 1972, the Asheville Citizen-Times noted that Jack Groves was, quote, one of Clay County's progressive farmers, and this collection of buildings exemplifies the trend towards large-scale agriculture in Clay County through the 20th century. It may be eligible under Criterion A for agriculture. Next is the Cherry Farm, which sits just across Highway 69, about 1.5 miles from the Groves Farm. Despite being located at the corner of the highway, the farm is recessed below the roadway and retains a feeling of separation from the traffic. Here's a layout of the complex. The complex is specifically notable for its array of well-preserved outbuildings. We'll start at the house, move to the sheds, and then move north, ending with the log barn. The Cherry House was built circa 1900 and is a compromise between the Center Hall I House and the Saddlebag form. It has a center passage, but is slightly less than the 2 full stories of an I house. Rather than an exterior chimney or a central chimney, as in a Saddlebag, it has an interior brick chimney at the junction with the rear L, so you don't really see the chimney from the front of the house. It represents the experiment with slightly new forms of rural farmhouses in Clay County at the turn of the century. The house is believed to have been built by Robert C. Cherry, and according to family tradition, it was relocated for climatic reasons a year after it was constructed. In 1950, the original 100-acre tract was subdivided, and John R. Cherry and his wife Minnie acquired the homestead property. The property is still in the family. There's a small outbuilding, likely a can house, directly next to the house. These 2 frame sheds sit southwest behind the house. This is a view from the driveway looking south to the house and the spring house, and a closer photo of the spring house with its stone foundation. And this is one, I think, the best preserved spring houses that we saw. This is looking north towards the barn. On the right is a granary on stone piers. The property was determined eligible through the ER process in 2005. The only major change since then has been the removal of the chicken house. A new picnic shelter was added in its place. Perhaps the most significant structure on the site is the particularly well-preserved 4-crib log barn. It's really a fantastic resource. It has V-notching and may predate the house. The Cherry Farm may be eligible under Criterion A for agriculture as a significant example of a late 19th century, early 20th century agricultural complex. And finally, the Anderson Farm, our next farm complex. It dates from the early 20th century when Glenn Anderson traded land with his brother and created his farm on Shooting Creek in the eastern part of Clay County. This possibly occurred around 1917 after his marriage to Myrtle Patterson. The current property consists of over 80 acres, though most of it is forested. The main house sits close to the road and has a stone foundation and stone steps. While it appears to be a circa 1930 front gable house, according to Glenn's son Jack, who now owns the property, the house was expanded from its original single-story 2-room form. The stone chimney at the back gable suggests that the front of the house was originally on the non-gable end. This suggests that in this one structure exemplifies the transition from the preference for side gable houses to front gable houses in rural Clay County in the 1920s and 30s. A can house with a stone base built partially into the bank sits behind the house. This photo shows the 3 main outbuildings lining the driveway and the later ranch house overlooking the original house. One of the most notable structures on the property is the double crib log barn. It is saddle notch construction and is one of the best preserved log barns in the county. The complex also includes a framed corn crib and a modest-sized chicken house. The ranch house sits on the top of the hill. This property exemplifies an early to mid-20th century farmstead, which was not greatly altered by large-scale dairying or poultry production, and may be eligible under Criterion A for agriculture.
So next we have 2 commercial and industrial properties. First up is the PN Tiger House and Store located in Shooting Creek on Old Highway 64. Peter Tiger, originally from New York, met and married Mary Patterson in Colorado after the Civil War. They eventually returned to Mary's home in Western North Carolina and had this house built circa 1898 by Lee and Bob Ledford. The house is a 2-story center passage I house with a 1-story rear L, which may potentially be older than the front of the house. The main 2-story block of the house has a brick on stone chimney on the west gable end. However, atypical of older I houses in the region, the east end of the house is served by a stove flue rather than another exterior chimney. Some exterior changes are evident, including alterations to the front porch. The windows have been replaced with vinyl, though the 4/4 pattern is its historic configuration. The rear L once had a stone chimney, which was removed sometime after the 1978 survey. However, the mantle is still visible on the interior. Here are some interior photos of the first floor of the two-story section of the house. As you can see, it retains its wood floors, walls, ceilings, and other details. These photos show the interior of the rear L, which contains 2 rooms. In the center is that mantle that survives despite the loss of the stone chimney. These photos are from the enclosed rear porch area, which has seen the most alteration. However, much like the rest of the interior, the second floor of the two-story section is largely intact. What makes this property a standout in Clay County is the associated circa 1900 store building that sits next to the Tiger House. P.N. Tiger was the progenitor of several generations of store owners in Clay County. Around 1908, Tiger moved his business to the Courthouse Square in Hayesville. However, his son John continued to run a store in Shooting Creek. The store building is sided with vertical board and sits on stone piers. The interior retains its original floor, wall, and ceiling materials. It is possibly the oldest rural store in Clay County, and it was the only store of the era found during the recent survey. The Tiger House and Store Complex may be eligible under Criterion A for commerce. Our next property is Boyce Supply, which is located just north of downtown Hayesville. In 1927, the Boyce Hardwood Company purchased the Peavine Railroad, which ran from Andrews in Cherokee County to Hayesville. The railroad primarily served the timber and agricultural industries in the area, hauling lumber, acid wood, and tan bark, as well as farm products to Andrews, and bringing goods such as fertilizer, feed grain, and hay, as well as building supplies. Shortly after Boyce purchased the railroad, Mack Hall and Weaver Anderson built the Boyce Supply Building, seen here at the end of the train line. The building originally served as a commissary for Boyce. The company bought timber, ties, and tan bark. The long single-story section to the rear ran along the railroad tracks and was used for drying. The company sold items like guano and commercial fertilizers, large quantities of feeds, and bulk groceries, which supported the agricultural industry and stocked small stores around the county. Boyce sold the rail line to W.T. Holland of Andrews in 1941. Ernest Moore, who had moved to Hayesville in 1929 to run the commissary, then started Boyce Grocery, a wholesale and retail store that continued supplying much of the county with items such as feed, salt, and flour. The railroad ceased operations around 1950, after which deliveries were made by truck. Next to the store building, there is a later Quonset hut as well. Boyce Supply played a major role in the economic life of Clay County. In 1929, an Asheville Citizen-Times article said, "The T and NC Railroad, under the present owners and operators C. Boyce and Associates, is making possible a new industrial life in Hayesville and Clay County. Because the Peavine was the only rail service in the county, it was important in both exporting lumber and importing agricultural products, supporting the 2 largest industries in the county. On top of its role in these industries, it also supplied rural stores across the county. Boyce Supply had 5 or 6 employees in its early years and grew to 23 or 24 when it closed in 1985, making it the largest in-town employer." We do not currently have any interior photos for this property. However, we have been told that the interior appears intact. At this point, the building does not have electricity and is not in active use. Assuming that the interior of the building is intact, we do think that this property may be eligible under Criterion A for commerce. We have one recreational resource, which is a mid-century summer cottage complex constructed after the creation of Lake Chateaugue. In 1946, Harold and Alice Hinton of Georgia bought 12 to 14 acres of land overlooking the lake and built 4 houses between 1948 and 1952. In the mid-1950s, they also began constructing a lodge building, but the death of Harold halted its construction. In 1958, the property was purchased by J. Walter and Velma Moore, who had previously opened a motel in downtown Hayesville. The Moores gave the unfinished lodge building to the Methodist Church. They ran the rest of the property as Wonderview Ranch, a bed and breakfast and restaurant, which was known for its fine country cooking in the 1960s and into the 1970s. So here's an overview of the site. We'll begin at the Big House and then work our way from west to east, from Treetops to the McCall House. The Big House sits on a large sloping front yard overlooking the lake. The frame house is 2 stories with a large gable roof open porch extending toward the lake view. The house had 4 bedrooms and was one of the largest dwellings in Clay County when it was built. The house has been sided with vinyl, but does retain wood windows. Those are some other pictures. This is the carriage house, which is a long concrete block building clad with vinyl siding situated close by. All the cottages are sited above the Big House to better take advantage of the lake views. Treetops is the dwelling closest to the main entrance of the complex. It is a low-slung H-shaped cottage. Next is a more modern structure built by the Moores, probably in the 1970s. This is White Pines, a front gabled cottage with a concrete block foundation and a screened-in side addition. And then the last house is the McCall House, which is now located on the property of the Methodist-owned Hinton Rural Life Center. Other outbuildings and features on the property include this concrete block shed and this frame shelter. There's also notable stonework throughout the property, including walkways, retaining walls, steps, and other decorative features. The Wonderview Complex is a good example of the impact of the formation of Lake Chatuge on Clay County and expanded recreational and commercial opportunities, and may be eligible under criterion A for recreation. We are proposing one school building. That's the Hayesville Gymnasium, which sits just south of downtown Hayesville on the Hayesville School Complex. The public school system began in Clay County in 1898 with the establishment of the Hayesville Graded School, later renamed Hayesville High School. With consolidation efforts in the 1930s and 40s, all but 3 schools outside of Hayesville were shut down. Between 1967 and 1978, the remaining schools outside of Hayesville were closed, and all public education in the county consolidated at one campus in Hayesville. So here's a closer aerial of the gym in context of the school's current campus. The Hayesville Gymnasium was constructed in 1935 by the WPA. It is a U-shaped stone building with long bands of windows, which have been replaced with vinyl, though again, these match the historic 9/9 configuration. The primary room of the building, the gymnasium, has remained mostly intact and is now in use for elementary physical education. Here are some other interior shots. The room on the right once housed locker rooms, though has since been renovated for classroom space. The Hayesville School Complex has consistently evolved throughout the 20th century and into the 2000s through new construction to accommodate a growing student body. The earliest buildings have all been demolished, and the Hayesville Gymnasium is now the oldest building on campus. It was the only building built by the WPA on the school grounds, and according to a former student, the Hayesville Gymnasium is one of the most loved buildings around. Currently, all other historic buildings remaining on the campus, which date from the 50s and 60s, are undergoing demolition, aside from a 1957 gym. Outside of Hayesville, both the Ogden School and Elf School have been renovated into dwellings. 2 schools remain in Shooting Creek, one of which has been completely enclosed by an industrial facility, and one of which appears to be undergoing renovation but has lost its entire facade. The Hayesville Gymnasium may be eligible under criterion A for education and possibly under criterion C for architecture. Next, we also have one church. The Moss Memorial Baptist Church was initially organized in 1858 as the Tisquity United Baptist Church and is one of a handful of congregations established before the creation of Clay County. There were 2 earlier churches before the present structure was built in 1950. The church is built of native stone hauled from Tisquity Creek by mules and wagons. With its construction, the church name was changed to Moss Memorial to honor Reverend Howell Moss, who donated the land for the original church, as well as Judge Paul Moss and Dr. Fred Moss, who financed the new building's construction. Here's some other exterior shots. The church does have an addition, but as you can see here, it's built banked into the hill and is well hidden by landscaping. And this is the interior of the church. The church was subject to a fire in the 1970s, which did cause some interior damage. At that time, the original plastered walls were covered with paneling. The stained glass windows are original and at the request of the Moss family were made to recall English chapels. This is the basement level, which has undergone renovation. And here's some other features of the property, including this concrete entrance pier to the cemetery built by Dr. Fred Moss in 1962. The cemetery predates the current church building, and the oldest confirmed grave dates to 1845, though its marker has been replaced. There are roughly 300 graves in the upper and lower cemeteries, including some interesting hand-carved graves in a section of the lower cemetery as seen here. There are also some unmarked graves, including some thought to belong to enslaved people. The cemetery is in active use and has seen burials as recent as 2023. This slide provides a representative sample of other church buildings documented during the survey. Though there are some interior alterations to Moss, Moss Memorial particularly stands out architecturally among other churches in rural Clay County. The Moss Memorial Baptist Church and Cemetery may be eligible under criterion C for architecture.
Next, we have 2 proposed historic districts. Our first proposal is a boundary increase to the John C. Campbell Folk School Historic District, which is located in neighboring Cherokee County. There are notable properties in Clay County which could contiguously connect to the district and which convey important aspects of the story of the folk school. As a brief overview, the John C. Campbell Folk School was founded in 1925 by Olive Dane Campbell and Marguerite Butler. It was modeled on the Danish folk school form, and its main goals were cultural preservation, crafts revival, and economic self-help by providing adult education and economic programs which would encourage local people to continue their rural lifestyle. The school also supported cooperative endeavors, such as a means to support agricultural life, including the Brasstown Savings and Loan Association, the Brasstown Farmers Association, and the Mountain Valley Cooperative, the Mountain Valley Creamery, sorry. However, the economic support programs have all collapsed by the 1950s, though the emphasis on craft revival and folk culture remained. The John C. Campbell Folk School was listed in 1984 under Criterion A for its association with a unique experiment in the appreciation and promotion of the culture of the Southern Appalachians and the advancement of life in the region through the introduction of the European folk school idea. It was also listed under Criterion B for its association with the lives and work of Olive Dane Campbell and Marguerite Butler Bidstrup, and it was listed under Criterion C as it embodies in its various buildings the cross-fertilization of European and American vernacular in its unique educational complex. While the current National Register listed folk school property falls completely within the borders of Cherokee County, there is a significant tie to Brasstown and Clay County from the beginning. Prior to the school's founding, local residents offered their support and enthusiasm in the way of labor, land, and other goods to the project, and Lou Scroggs gave the initial 25 acres to the school. In turn, the folk school has left an immense impact on the development of Clay County and the Brasstown community specifically. This aerial shows the current boundaries as well as the proposed additional areas to the northeast and southeast of the current boundaries. It's possible to draw this as one boundary without any non-contributing resources. In the small northeast section, this expansion would include 4 buildings. First is the Scroggs store on the north side of Old Highway 64. The circa 1920s frame building was owned by Fred O. Scroggs, who is often credited with the campaign to locate the folk school in Brasstown. The folk school was ultimately built on land donated by the Scroggs family, and Fred became the main liaison between the school and local people during the early decades of the school's operation. He and his mother, Lily, were on the first board of directors of the Brasstown Savings and Loan Association, and his store housed the credit union. Later, Fred served as the president of the Mountain Valley Creamery. The circa 1920s frame store building is a T-shape with several additions. The side facing Old Highway 64 now has a false front and simulated masonry veneer. Despite exterior changes, the inside appears to have a significant amount of original fabric. Just across Sedgwick Road stands the Mountain Valley Cooperative, which was formed after the merger of the Mountain Valley Creamery and the Brasstown Farmers Association in 1934. In the late 1940s, it sold butter, cream, pasteurized milk, ice cream, eggs, poultry, feed, groceries, and seeds. A photograph from circa 1935-41 shows that it also had a gas station and garage bay by this time. The circa 1920s frame store building retains much of its integrity, including its distinctive front tile pent roof. South of Highway 64, there are 2 one-story gable roof boxed houses. Bass Duval, who rented the Scroggs store, built these houses to house TVA workers during the construction of the Chattooga Dam. They were later acquired by Mountain Valley Cooperative. This photo is from Sedgwick Road, looking southwest to the buildings that would be included in this expansion, with the Scroggs store on the left, the Mountain Valley Cooperative on the right, and one of the 2 TVA dwellings directly ahead. The other proposed area of expansion to the southeast would include the Mountain Valley Creamery, building seen here on Old Highway 64, less than a mile from the Scroggs store. This stone building was likely designed by Belgian engineer and forester Leon Deschamps, who built a number of the early structures at the folk school. Deschamps was also involved in later expansion projects for the creamery. Much of the original stonework is still intact, though the interior is now remodeled for retail. The creamery was founded in 1929 and represents the early efforts of the John C. Campbell Folk School to address rural economic development. Organized as a cooperative, Mountain Valley purchased milk and eggs from local farmers. Throughout its years of operation, it suffered a number of issues and declared bankruptcy in 1952, after which the building equipment was acquired by Cobble Dairy. Cobble sold the creamery building in 1993, and it now operates as a craft store. Finally, this boundary increase would include Bidstrup Acres, which we reviewed earlier. As a reminder, this house was designed by Henry Irvin Gaines for Margaret Butler, folk school co-founder, and her husband, George Bidstrup, folk school teacher and later director. The house has remarkable integrity and utilizes hand-planed wood and hand-wrought iron produced at the folk school. In addition to those buildings on the actual school campus, the extraordinary history of the folk school's efforts in economic support of rural life from 1926 to 1952 is still well preserved in its surviving buildings in Clay County. The Scroggs store, the Mountain Valley Cooperative Building, the Mountain Valley Creamery, and the 2 TVA box dwellings. The unique architectural influence is also apparent in the Mountain Valley Creamery and Bidstrup Acres.
So the last district we will present today is the Hayesville African American Heritage Historic District. The proposal would consist of a discontiguous district of 4 sites in and around Hayesville, which represent the area's African American heritage. In this map, you can see the 4 sites clustered around Hayesville. It's Freedom Cemetery, Herbert Hill Cemetery, the Hayesville School, and Fort Hembry Baptist Church, which is the only property within the town limits. As a quick review, discontiguous districts consist of pieces of a district which do not touch geographically, but include associated resources. According to the National Park Service Bulletin on Boundaries, a discontiguous district may be used when visual continuity is not a factor in significance, when resources are geographically separate, and when the intervening space lacks significance. As an example, the Friendship Chapel Baptist Church and Cemetery was study listed in 2020. Here, the discontiguous boundary includes one boundary around the church and a 20th century cemetery, along with a separate parcel containing the 19th century cemetery. These resources share a common history and were never connected historically, which allows the use of a discontiguous district in this case. So back to Clay County. Clay County has always had a fairly small population of African Americans. In 1860, just before the creation of the county, there were 123 African Americans, which was roughly 5% of the population, and most of them were enslaved. After emancipation, it appears the number of African Americans living in Clay County remained relatively stable, though the percentage of the population decreased as the white population increased. Throughout the late 19th and into the 20th century, the majority of African Americans were farmers or farm laborers. Domestic servants were also common, though this decreased throughout the decades. Other jobs included a carpenter and a minister. It appears Clay County has few remaining resources left associated with its African American heritage. In addition to a few structures purported to have been built with enslaved labor, we identified these 4 sites with a definitive connection to the Black community. We are proposing that they are eligible as a discontiguous historic district. So next I'm going to go through each site, starting with the earliest, which is Freedom Cemetery, then move to Herbert Hill Cemetery, then Fort Hembry Baptist Church, before ending with the site of the Hayesville School. While slavery was not as ingrained into the agricultural life of southwestern North Carolina as elsewhere in the state, it was also not uncommon. A typical slaveholder in the region held between 1 and 8 enslaved individuals. In the western section of the county, Joshua Harshaw enslaved 33 people in 1860, more than any other landowner in what would become Clay County. The 1860 census for the Fort Hembry area listed 14 enslavers. There are few surviving resources of the era to represent this history. However, just north of Hayesville in the Moore Hill community, there is the Freedom Cemetery. This cemetery is the resource which best represents the lives of enslaved people in Clay County. It is believed that the people buried at this cemetery were enslaved by Dr. Samuel Caldwell Tate, who owned the land from 1838 to 1857, when it was still in Cherokee County. In the 1850 Cherokee County census, Dr. Tate was listed as owning 8 enslaved people. For many years, the cemetery was only known in local tradition. Tommy Jarrett, who grew up in the area, remembered the cemetery in the 1950s consisted of roughly a dozen slightly sunken graves marked by large rocks with no inscription. In the 1960s, road construction began in the area, but was halted with the discovery of multiple grave sites. The cemetery was dedicated in 2016 as Freedom Cemetery, and a team of archaeologists from Western Carolina University used ground-penetrating radar to identify the location and approximate number of interments. Though many of the graves appear to be unmarked or marked with plain stones, at least one faintly carved stone has been located. A marker, fence, and bench have been added to the site, and the process of memorializing these unnamed individuals is ongoing. The cemetery is now owned by the Fort Henry Baptist Church. The second site is Herbert Hill African American Cemetery, which is located southeast of Hayesville. An African American community existed from the post-Civil War era to the mid-20th century in this general vicinity, including many descendants of individuals enslaved by prosperous farmer Elijah Herbert, who moved to the area in 1838 and in 1860 held 8 enslaved African Americans. 2 of the largest Black landholders in this community appear to have been Frank Herbert, who once owned the land that this cemetery is on, and Frank Lloyd. Both owned about 100 acres in the area. According to local historian Carl Moore, enslaved people established the cemetery in 1850. It is thought that there are 150 to 200 graves, but the older graves are either unmarked, marked by uninscribed stones, or stones that are simply badly weathered. At least 75 marked stones are located at Herbert Hill, though most are from the second half of the 20th century. There are some hand-carved stones as well. The cemetery is still in active use. Individuals known to have been buried in the cemetery include these family names: Herbert, Lloyd, Worley, Malden, Nicely, Blackwell, and Corn. After dispute over ownership of the land, the cemetery was deeded to the Fort Henry Baptist Church in 1979. The Baptist Church now owns and maintains both cemeteries. This brings us to our third site, which is the Fort Henry Baptist Church. The church sits within Hayesville town limits and is the only surviving building identified during this survey that represents African American history in Clay County. The African American congregation was organized in 1883 on land donated by Captain James Stanhope Anderson. The current church is on the original site, making it possibly among the oldest church buildings in the county. The church is a front gable building that has been clad in vinyl. The vestibule appears to have been enlarged to either side of the bell tower. A full basement has been added, and the area behind the choir loft has been extended to create a pastor's study. It is unclear how much of the original building remains, but the log joist beneath the church could indicate that the building is relatively old. Despite these changes, the Fort Henry Baptist Church has been a significant resource for the African American community of Clay County. It served not only as the only Black church for the community, but is also thought to once have served as an early school for African American children. Although now desegregated, the church continues to be central to the identity of the African American community in Clay County and has continuously been led by African American pastors. Little is known about education for African Americans in the mid to late 19th and early 20th centuries. There are records noting funds apportioned for African American education and a school taught by a single teacher and serving a few dozen students. In the early 1920s, the Rosenwald Fund awarded the Clay County Board of Education seed money to build a new one-room school for African American students. In total, the Hayesville School was constructed with $500 from the Rosenwald Fund, $500 from the Board of Education, $400 from local African American donors, and $5 from local white donors. The Hayesville School was a one-teacher type school constructed according to Rosenwald School building plans and finished in 1923. The site of the Rosenwald School was not centrally situated within Hayesville, but was located at the old Malden Place on what is now Hinton Center Road. The school sat about 2 miles from the Fort Henry Baptist Church and 1 mile from the Herbert Hill Cemetery. It was likely the only dedicated school building for African American children ever built in Clay County. African American school attendance was at its peak in the first 2 decades of the 1900s and slowly declined over the next several decades. By the early 1940s, fewer than 10 students attended the Rosenwald School at Hayesville. In 1944, the school was closed and its students were bused to the Texana School in Cherokee County, which provided education up to the 10th grade. Following the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, North Carolina public schools began to desegregate. In 1965, the first African American student, J.T. Nicely, attended Hayesville High School. The decline in students coincided with the decline in the African American population generally. By 1930, there were 100 Black residents of Clay County, which would have been less than 2% of the population. This trend continued as many left the area due to low income and limited work opportunities, especially after the completion of the Chateau Dam. In 1970, less than 1% of the population was African American, around 44 people. Collectively, the site of the Hayesville School, Fort Henry Baptist Church, and the 2 cemeteries may be eligible under Criterion A for social history and ethnic heritage as a discontiguous district of 4 properties concentrated on the periphery of Hayesville. The 2 cemeteries meet criteria consideration D for their association with historic events and the lives of people who are otherwise poorly represented in the extant historic resources of Clay County. And that is everything we have. So we're happy to take any questions.
I have a question about the final district. Could you just talk us through why a district was preferable over individual listings? I understand with the Rosenwald site, that might be a harder push, but was there a reason that the 2 cemeteries and the church might not be individually study listed?
Well, I think for the church especially, I think integrity was the biggest concern with an individual listing. And I think we just thought that it would be stronger as a whole unit, just for those integrity issues.
And the church does own and maintain the 2 cemeteries. So. But it was primarily the integrity issues connected to the church that we thought was an important piece of Clay County history.
Ramona has asked a question in the chat asking if there's any evidence of Fort Hembry, any extant evidence of that. Did you document that in any way?
Primarily from what I've seen, it's been more from written resources than physical. I don't know that there's been a lot of archaeological excavation there. It's marked, people know where it is, but I don't know of any extensive, there's no physical remains there above ground.
Are there any other questions, comments, or discussion? If not, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move to accept staff recommendations for the survey of Clay County study list.
Is there a second?
Second.
I can't see the second. Who was that?
Jim Harper.
Dr. Harper, thank you. All right, then we'll do a roll call vote. I will go around the screen here, beginning with David Bergstone.
Yes.
Joe Opperman.
Yes.
Josie Ward.
Yes.
Dr. Harper.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson.
Aye.
Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Dr. Fitz.
Aye.
Newell Clark.
Aye.
And Noah Reynolds.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes. Thank you very much. And I believe we're moving on to, well, it's 2:55. We have 4 properties left. We could either take a quick bathroom break now, or we can push through and try to get through these. Strong opinions anyway, any direction?
Push through.
Push through, that sounds great. Okay, then let's move on to the central and southeastern regions, beginning with Sarah Woodard, please.
All right. All right, and okay. All right. This is the Thompson Pope House in Harnett County. Here is Harnett County. And we are in the town of Dunn. As you can see, Dunn is a nice grid plan. And the house is located, you can kind of tell just by looking at the map, in a fairly dense neighborhood. It was put on the neighborhood was put on the study list in 2004 as the Central Dunn Residential Historic District. Wesley B. Thompson purchased this lot in 1920. The study list application gives a construction date of 1915. And I nosed around a little bit on the deeds for the property. It might have been constructed around 1915, maybe as a spec house or an investment. The specifics are something that someone would need to work out in an actual nomination, but certainly Thompson bought it in 1920, and by the time the 1925 Sanborn map of Dunn was created, this house was in fact here. Wesley and Ann Thompson lived here until they moved to California in the 1930s. In 1945, L.B. and Mattie Pope bought the house. L.B.'s father was a prominent businessman, and L.B. owned Pope Printing Company and the Dunn Dispatch. The Dunn Dispatch was a weekly newspaper that became a daily newspaper that operated into the 1970s, and then it merged with the Dunn Daily Record, which is still published today. So we'll just move around the exterior, around the back. Obviously, the deck is an addition, and around the side. A garage has been added to the property. It's not attached to the house. And then this is the hand-drawn floor plan by the owner, who is the applicant. So we will head inside through this lovely recessed front entrance, and you come right into this foyer with panel wainscoting, coffered ceiling, a brick fireplace surround, and over mantle. Everything here is original to the house. The windows, the larger windows are 49/1 pane windows. Nice tall craftsman style wainscoting in the dining room, pocket doors. A few things have been modernized. This is one of the bathrooms. And then a family room at the back of the house. It's a little unclear to me. The application notes that the master bedroom was remodeled in 2018, and we'll see that in just a second. I think maybe this was done in 2018 as well. This is the office. So if you came in the front door, this is a room to your left. And then behind that is a master bathroom and the master bedroom. Again, within the footprint of the house, but I think these were date from that 2018 remodeling. Upstairs in the attic, or not in the attic, in the central hallway, the central core of the second floor, there is this interesting recess in the ceiling that you can see, and I don't know of anything like that. It looks like something that maybe went to a skylight that you might see in a commercial building, but a little bit unclear as to what the purpose of that recess was. So the owner, as far as he knows, that's an original feature to the house. Upstairs bathroom and some bedrooms. I'm just moving around that core stairwell upstairs. And then this is the sleeping porch that's on the front of the house. If you need a doll, we know where to get one. All right, and then back to the front of the house. So in terms of comparable examples, Dunn has a number of really nice craftsman style houses. This house, and I think all of these are within or very close to that study listed district. This house probably contemporary to the one we're looking at. The Tillman Pope House dates from 1914, and I put it in here. It's already study listed individually, but or I think, or it's obviously at least it's recorded individually. It's more of a shingle, almost a New England looking to me kind of house. Most of the comparable examples, however, are like this. They're well detailed and interesting, really nice craftsman houses, but they have lost either their windows or their siding's been covered with vinyl, or both vinyl and replacement windows have happened. So staff recommends this for study listing. It would likely be eligible under criterion C in the area of architecture. And I will just carry on to my next one, unless anybody wants to pause now. Is that good? All right. Moving on to the Maggie Barnes house. This is in Johnston County in Kenly. And here's Kenly is right on the edge of, right on the border between Johnston and Wilson. And here we are. So the house is basically in the center of this image. Maggie Pauline Hennett Barnes was born to Louisiane Hennett in Black Creek in Wilson County. She married a man named William Orangey Barnes in 1899, and the couple moved to this house in Kenly in 1904. She had 15 children, 8 of whom lived into adulthood. She worked as a housekeeper in a local hotel in Kenly that housed lumber mill workers. She and her husband were active members of Mincy Chapel Original Free Will Baptist Church, and she taught Sunday school there for 52 years. She and William were married for 57 years until William died in 1956. At her death, Mrs. Barnes was survived by 4 of her children, and she is the oldest. She holds the record for the oldest verified person from North Carolina. She was 115 years and 319 days old when she died. This is the house. If you go inside, it retains, it retains quite a bit of historic fabric from, I believe, around 1904 when they moved to Kenly. However, staff does not recommend adding the Barnes house to the study list. While Mrs. Barnes' longevity is remarkable, staff simply couldn't find a way to argue that longevity could qualify for the transient the importance the National Register is looking for. We have, however, created an architectural survey file for the house. That's what we do we create an architectural survey file for every study list resource you see. And we've added it to our HPO web map, and we have the survey file. This is one of those cases where thankfully we aren't only interested in things that might make good National Register candidates, and we're really glad this applicant came forward, and we have this information in this resource in our architectural record, but staff didn't feel it's a great National Register candidate. That concludes my 2 presentations. I can stop sharing unless someone needs me to back up to look at anything. Okay, I'll go ahead and stop sharing. Any questions?
No, it looks like there's no questions. Should we move on to Julie's now and take all 3 of these at one time, or vote on your 2 first?
That's up to y'all. Maybe just why don't you vote on our 2 while Julie gets set up?
Sure, that sounds great. There's no questions, comments, or discussion. Would anyone care to make a motion?
Point of clarification, so we're approving staff recommendation to list 1 and to not list the other one.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Noah. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
David Bergstone, thank you. All right, we'll do the roll call procedure. I'll begin with you, David Bergstone.
Yes.
Thank you, Joe Opperman.
Yes.
Thank you, Josie Ward.
Yes.
Dr. Harper.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Dr. Fitz.
Aye.
Newell Clark.
Aye.
And Noah Reynolds.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes, and we are on now to Julie Smith.
Are y'all seeing my slideshow? I have 2 screens and I'm not sure which one I'm showing. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
Darn.
You have to, when you click on share, there's one more share click that you have to make.
one more share click.
Yes, so like if you click on share and then pick your screen,
Okay.
and then at the bottom of that window where you picked your screen, there's a blue button that says share.
Okay.
All right, I think you got it now. Yes.
I think I'm sharing now.
Yep.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. Great. Thanks for walking me through that, Sarah. Haven't seen you since this morning, so good to see you this afternoon. Today I'm presenting the study list for the Monroe Downtown Historic District, additional documentation and boundary increase. The photographs were taken by the applicant, myself, and others are from Google Street View. Let's see. Monroe is located in the middle of Union County in the southwest Piedmont, about 30 to 45 minutes southeast of Charlotte. Monroe has several National Register listed resources in 2 National Register historic districts. The largest is the Monroe Residential Historic District, which is also mostly a local historic district. The smaller downtown commercial district is listed in 1988 and is not a local district at this time. This is the map of the 1988 nomination boundary from HPO Web. It was listed under criterion A for commerce and criterion C for architecture. The period of significance is 1874 through 1935. There are 25 contributing buildings, 1 contributing object, and 9 non-contributing buildings. It includes the individually listed 1888 Union County Courthouse, which was listed in 71. 2 individually study listed commercial buildings, and the locally landmarked 1919 Joffrey Hotel, which was later sadly demolished in 1996. The main streets are Franklin that runs east-west along the south end of the county courthouse square, and Main and Haynes streets, which are the parallel north-south streets. So here's the map indicating the current NR boundary shaded in blue, and the proposed boundary expansion areas A, B, and C shaded in green. This is the same map with an aerial view. Staff spent a lot of time looking at the study list application and reviewed a larger potential area, but these 3 areas rose to the top when looking at integrity and parcel boundaries. So we'll now look at each of these potential increase areas. In the late 1960s, Redevelopment Committee acquired property from the former depot on North Main Street to the U.S. Post Office. The urban redevelopment project was 18 blocks and close to 30 acres of buildings and parking, though some areas with commercial buildings remain. In the early 1970s, Main Street was closed off at the north end at Jefferson Street for a pedestrian mall when the new Union County Government Center was completed in 1972, perpendicular to the 1913 U.S. Post Office, which is also individually listed in 1985. The Monroe City Hall, the top photo, was constructed in 1974, adjacent to the County Government Center, a new area of significance for politics and government, and the story of the 20th century look to the future with the pedestrian urban space would be an interesting addition to the current National Register nomination. The street view shows the 1972 County Courthouse and Government Center at the far right, and the later 2005 Government Administration Center with the former City Hall and Old County Courthouse in the background on the far left. Though the 21st century building would be non-contributing, it is on the same parcel as the 1970s building, so it needs to be included in the boundary. The 1847 Monroe City Hall is also individually listed in the National Register. To the west are commercial buildings and a former bank. Though the center commercial buildings would likely be non-contributing, including the earlier City Hall, would tell the full story of the city's government building history. And the current National Register boundary cuts off the building at the corner of Franklin and Main Street, indicated with the vertical red line. The white facade is the People's Bank building, circa 1875, which was the oldest building in the current National Register Historic District. adding the commercial corner building is crucial to extending the boundary across the street to the government complex core. And moving along, this is the west side of Main Street, looking at an increased area B. The first Belk department store was constructed in 1888 on this corner at Morgan and Main Street and was replaced in 1942 with this Art Moderne building, the Belk brothers, who extended their store to the north along this block in the early 20th century. And here are some historical photos of the 1942 Belk building. The two black and white photos are from a blog, and the postcard is from a collection at UNC Chapel Hill Library. Notice that the postcard, there are 3 sections with the segmental arch windows in the second story up on the top right. So the Art Moderne part and portion of the Renaissance Revival building was later covered and annotated in the 1960s photograph on the top right from our architectural survey file. Therefore, the current NR boundary line indicated in the vertical red line terminates in the middle of the block. You can see the uncovered windows and rebuilt parapet. Though the first story of the Art Moderne building is missing some of its storefront, the building still retains integrity through the transom level, if you will, and second floor still retaining the ribbon window openings, horizontal detailing, and curved corner feature. The last boundary increase area to look at is Area C, is the north side of Franklin Street between Beasley and Church Street. And it's just a pretty standard commercial block with multiple buildings already in use. And this concludes my presentation, and staff recommends that the Monroe Downtown National Register Historic District for study list approval for additional documentation and boundary increase. The additional documentation would include politics government as an area of significance and increase the period of significance from 1846 to likely the 50-year mark at the time of survey, or roughly 1976, covering over a century of Monroe and Union County's rich history. And I can take questions or go back to look at any slides that you want to see.
Are there any questions, comments, or discussion for Julie? If not, would anyone like to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Is there a second?
I second.
Thanks, Mary Beth. So we'll do the roll call vote. Julie, could you stop sharing screen, please, just so I can thank you? That helps me.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll begin with David Bergstone. Got a yes there. Okay. Joe Opperman.
Yes.
Thank you. And Josie Ward.
Yes.
Dr. Harper.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Dr. Fitz.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Thank you. And Noah Reynolds.
Yes.
All right, that motion passes. And we are at our last property, which is in the Eastern region with Lauren Poole. Lauren, it's all yours.
All right, one more time. Share my screen. Make it big. Okay. Are y'all seeing C.C. Spalding High School, my title slide?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, this is our last one. I'll try and be quick. Thank y'all for hanging in and looking at all these properties with us. So C.C. Spalding High School, it's the only study list application I have for the East this time around. And it is located in Nash County in Spring Hope, kind of south of the Spring Hope downtown area. It is situated along South Pine Street, south of downtown, in a historically African-American section of Spring Hope. Constructed in 1941, C.C. Spalding High School is the third school to serve African-American students at this location. In 1926, the Black community in Spring Hope received matching funds from the Julius Rosenwald Fund to construct Spring Hope College High School, a 6-teacher, 8-shaped brick school on land donated by Black residents. And that's the school shown in the top right from our archives, as well as from the FISC database. The new school replaced the Meek School, which began as a two-room schoolhouse along present-day US 581 and later moved to the local Oddfellows Lodge. Spring Hope Colored High School burned in its inaugural year, but was rebuilt soon after using county funds. But classes were held in a local Baptist church, St. Stephen, and New Hope Baptist Church during the 1926-1927 school year. And this is a Google Street View image it's the only picture I have of the Spring Hope Colored High School. It is now currently non-extant, but this is the building that was that replaced the original Rosenwald School. You can see it still retains some of its Rosenwald-esque form. In the 1930s, Black schools in Nash counties were consolidated, and the influx of students pushed Spring Hope Colored High School beyond capacity. New buildings were constructed, including an agricultural building and gymnasium, which are both now non-extant, but the need for additional classroom space was not fully addressed until C.C. Spalding High School was completed in 1941. The school was named for Dr. Charles Clinton Spalding, the head of the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company, one of the largest African-American businesses in the United States at the time. And this is the facade and rear elevation of the school. It is a single-story hip roof brick veneered school, typical of educational buildings constructed during the 1930s and 40s. It features a pedmented front entrance, historic 9/9 double-hung wood sashes, and exposed rafter tails. An addition was constructed between 1961 and 1964 on the north side of the building, which you can see in that very clearly in the bottom photo along the rear elevation. On the left-hand side, that section that has the metal awning windows is the 60s edition. School originally held administrative offices, a library, and 4 classrooms. The interior features modern wall finishes, flooring, and drop ceilings. However, the building retains its historic floor plan and many original features, including the multi-paneled wooden doors and cased openings with transoms. The wooden ceiling remains exposed in the entry vestibule, and the original wood ceiling appears to be intact beneath several sections of the drop ceiling throughout the school, which you can see in that right-hand photo, kind of where the drop ceiling panels have been removed. There's some sections of original ceiling remaining. This is a view of a typical hallway, another classroom, and the library. In 1952, a building containing 6 classrooms was constructed to the rear of C.C. Spalding High School. This classroom building has been demolished. It was demolished probably in the 80s or 90s. On the aerial here, C.C. Spalding High School, you can see kind of on the right-hand side along that arched driveway. Behind it is a long rectangular building. That's the non-extant 1952 classroom building. Above that is that H-shaped Spring Hope Colored High School that was built probably circa 1928, and that has also been demolished, is no longer extant. Next to that, there's a 1954 to 55 auditorium. Below the actual high school building is a 1960s gymnasium, and then also another classroom building just above that. So we're going to take a look at all of those other structures that are shown on this aerial. The single-story flat roof concrete block auditorium seen here was constructed circa 1954 to 55. The building is clad in a brick veneer and contains the stage and original wooden auditorium seats. The doors along the facade have been replaced, but the building does retain its original metal awning windows, which you can see in that bottom photo. This is the interior of the auditorium, which has the original wooden seats, the stage, as well as an exposed wood ceiling. In 1958, an additional classroom building was constructed southwest of the high school. It's a single-story flat roof concrete block building clad in a brick veneer and has 4 classrooms. The building currently serves as the center of operations for the Spalding Family Resource Center, who owns the property. And the building appears to retain its original metal windows and doors. Also, the covered walkways that you see on the front of this building, as well as throughout the rest of the campus, were added in the 1980s. This is a typical view of a hallway and a classroom in the 58 building. Built circa 1960, the gymnasium was the final addition to the campus. The single-story front gable concrete block building is clad in a brick veneer and has its original metal windows. The interior of the gym consists of a large open space with wooden floors, exposed wooden ceiling, bleachers, and basketball hoops. A protection along the facade of the building provides access to the gym and contains the locker rooms and restrooms. C. Spalding High School was reorganized in the 1960s and 70s due to integration. In 1969, the 10th through 12th grades were transferred to South Nash Senior High School in southern Nash County, but the school continued to serve the K-8 population. In 1970, grades 7 and 8 were moved to Spring Hope Elementary School, but later returned that following year when C.C. Spalding High School became Spalding Middle School. In the 1980s, the school became Spalding Elementary School and remained in operation until around 1999. After the school closed, the county leased the buildings for various purposes, including a preschool and the Spalding Family Resource Center, which opened in 1999. The circa 1928 Spring Hope Colored High School building remained extant on the campus until it was burned by the local fire department between 2012 and 2014. The county sold the campus in 2017, and Spalding Family Resource Center, the current owners, bought the property in 2020. The Resource Center recently received a $1 million federal grant to renovate the historic campus. I did take a look for comparables in Nash County. I searched our database and found that there were 5 other African-American schools documented in Nash County, 4 of which were Rosenwald schools. The best comparable for C.C. Spalding is this school here, which is Swift Creek Elementary School east of Whitakers. It was established by the Nash County Sunday School Convention during the early 20th century and was originally known as the Convention School. The original building, which was built in the 1930s, was burned in the 1930s, and then it was rebuilt in 1949. The main building is very similar in appearance to C.C. Spalding. You can't really tell from this angle. The main building is in that upper right-hand photo there, or left-hand photo. But it's very similar in its appearance, and I have some other photos in a minute. And then even the 50s classroom buildings are very similar in appearance to C.C. Spalding High School. So there is the additional classroom building. There's also a mid-20th century auditorium building behind the main school building. So both schools seem to retain a similar level of integrity. Both schools have lost buildings, but also have later additions. There is, I believe, a 1980s classroom building kind of towards the, I guess, north of the main school building there as well. So they kind of have a similar degree of integrity. And these are some pictures from our survey file for this property. You can see it is almost identical to C.C. Spalding along the front. It's that single story, low pitch gable roof with a pedimented front gable. And even like the classroom buildings are almost identical. They are very, very similar to one another, which isn't surprising given that they were built during a similar period. C.C. Spalding High School is potentially eligible under Criterion A in the areas of education of Black ethnic heritage. Beginning in the early 20th century, the campus served as a center of Black education in Spring Hope. Despite later changes, C.C. Spalding High School retains a moderate degree of integrity. The circa 1941 high school building retains its original form and exterior finishes. The interior of the building has been modified with drop ceilings and modern wall and floor treatments, but it retains its original interior plan with double-loaded corridors lined with offices and classrooms. The extant classroom building, gym, and auditorium also retain a high degree of historic fabric. The loss of the Spring Hope Colored High School building and the 1952 classroom building do somewhat impact the resource's integrity. However, the remaining buildings on the campus, including the high school, the gym, auditorium, and the remaining classroom building, are relatively intact and continue to communicate the campus's legacy of Black education in Spring Hope during the early to mid 20th centuries. And staff does recommend placing C.C. Spalding High School on the study list for its potential significance under Criterion A in the areas of education and Black ethnic heritage. So that is C.C. Spalding High School. And I am going to stop sharing my screen, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Lauren, I'd like to make a comment, which is the photos you showed of the gymnasium are really impressive. The architecture of the space is really impressive.
I was not expecting that when I received the application. I didn't have a chance to go to the campus when Reed Thomas, one of our restoration specialists, went down there. And so I was really surprised to see the interior of that gymnasium, and even the auditorium is very cool. I would love to see as if the nomination does move forward, and if we do add this to the study list, to learn more about the architect, if there was an architect who designed it, or if there was anybody involved in that design, and how that all played out. It's really very interesting.
Any other comments, questions, or discussion? If not, would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation of the committee.
Thank you, Dr. Harper. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Joe. Then we will do the roll call vote then. Begin with David Bergstone.
Yes.
Joe Opperman.
Yes.
Josie Ward.
Yes.
Dr. Harper.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson.
Aye.
Fred Belladin.
Aye.
Dr. Fitz.
Aye.
And Newell Clark?
Aye.
Thank you. And Noah Reynolds?
Yes.
All right, that motion passes. Thank you all very much. I believe we're at the end of the agenda, but before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I just want to double check on procedure with Sarah to ask if we need to, any closing comments from anyone, you or Ramona, Dr. Waters?
Not for me, just except thank you to all of you all for showing up and to our staff. But Dr. Waters, Ramona.
Thank you, Sarah. I would just echo Sarah's words. Thank you all. And thank you to the staff too for their dedication and their hard work. So, and hopefully next time we'll see you all in person.
Hopefully.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Yes.
And I believe the last order of business is a motion to adjourn. If someone would care to make that, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Harper. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, then we'll do the roll call vote one last time. I'm sorry, David Bergstone?
Yes.
Joe Opperman?
Yes.
Josie Ward?
Yes.
Dr. Harper?
Aye.
Dr. Johnson?
Yes.
Fred Belladin?
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Yes.
Aye.
Newell Clark?
Aye.
And Noah Reynolds?
Don't forget tomorrow's holiday. Good weekend.
Thanks for reminding me. And I believe we are adjourned, everyone. I also would like to say thank you, everyone, today. It was a great long day, lots of good presentations and discussions. So I look forward to seeing you all in June.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for your dedication.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.